Good morning, all. May I request everybody to please be seated. Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Home Minister, Government of Nepal, Mr. Narayan Kaji Shrestha, has already arrived. Joshna, may I request to ask all the guests to please assemble in the hall? Thank you. May I request everyone to please be seated? Kindly keep your mobile phone on, either on vibration or on silence, please. Good morning to all, and a very good morning to those who have joined online, because this is an hybrid event. I am Mamta Pradhan from International Food Policy Research Institute. A very warm welcome to the South Asia launch of the International Food Policy Research Institute's Global Food Policy Report 2023, which is titled Rethinking Food Crisis Responses. We are very happy to have this event in this beautiful and friendliest of countries, Nepal. The GFPR launch in South Asia is very important. The region hosts a quarter of world population and is one of the most climate vulnerable region. As for Nepal, one can say, beauty is costly. Saundarya mahanga chho, as you say in Nepali. And that makes up for climate sensitivity. We truly have a South Asia representations to this very important event from many countries, from Bangladesh, Nepal, Sri Lanka. Dignitaries are present. We're also very privileged to have two most important regional partnerships present here, that is SAARC and BIMSTEC. We have an ambitious and very elaborate agenda for this GFPR launch. Hence, let me get straight to the agenda. May I now request the dignitaries to please come on the dais. May I request Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Honorable Home Minister, Government of Nepal, Mr. Narayan Kaji Shrestha, to please come on the dais. May I request Secretary General, Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, BIMSTEC, His Excellency Mr. Tenzin Lekper. May I invite Managing Director, System Transformation, CGIAR, and Director General, IFPRI, Dr. Yoswinin. May I invite Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Government of Nepal, Ma'am, Ms. Pramila Devi Bajraj ji. Next, Director, Agriculture, Rural Development and SAARC Development Fund, Mr. Jamal Uddin Ahmed. May I now invite the Chief Policy Advisor, International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, Dr. Prem Narayan Khandel. May I request Executive Director, Institute for Integrated Development Studies, IIDS, Dr. Vishwas Gauchan. Now, may I request Director, South Asia Region, International Food Policy Research Institute, Dr. Shahidur Rashid. Thank you so much, dignitaries. May I request Yoswinin to please felicitate Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Home Minister, Mr. Narayan Kaji Shrestha. May I now request Joshna to please felicitate our other dignitaries. Thank you so much, Joshna and the team. We'll start right away with the agenda, and I would request IFPRI Director General, Professor Swenen, to set the stage for GFPR as a global product. Professor Swenen is also the Managing Director, System Transformation of CGIAR. He's a member advisory committee on voluntary foreign aid, USAID. He's the co-chair of the Think 20 Task Force on Food Security. Stopping here in interest of time while listing his ranks and achievement, beyond all this, one of the unique and very interesting aspects of Professor Swenen, for all those who are in love of spirits, is one of the finest researchers working on wine economics. Over to you, Professor Swenen.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, please. Stable now. Good morning, everybody, both here in the room, online. Dear Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Home Ministry and Chairperson Narayan Kaji Shrestha, His Excellency Tenjin Lekbel, the Secretary General of BIMSTEC, dear Pramila Devi Bhattacharya, Secretary of Ministry of Education, Science and Technology of the Government of Nepal, Mr. Jamal Uddin Ahmed, Director for Agriculture, Rural Development and SAARC Development Funds, Dr. Pem Narayan Kandel, Chief Policy Advisor of the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, Dr. Bishwa Gashwan, Executive Director of the Institute for Integrated Development Studies, and Dr. Shahid Rashid, Director for South Asia of the International Food Policy Research Institute, IFPRI. And so many distinguished excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you so much for being with us today. This is an important moment for us. South Asia, the South Asia region is a really important area in the world, of course, and of course for IFPRI as well. If you look around how many of the farmers in the world and how many of the food consumers who are in difficulties of their food nourishment are in this part of the world, in this region, it is a very large share of the world. So for our organization, this is a very important region. Also, it's a very special moment for me to be in Nepal today, not just because of the importance of Nepal and the important activities it has, the strategies have to deal with economic transformation, with climate change and with disaster risk management going forward. But also for me personally, I was here the first time 31 years ago in 1992 as when then still a graduate student when I was studying in Cornell University for my PhD. One of my very best friends until today was Manar Sharma. He was also a PhD student in Cornell and I came to visit him when he was doing his PhD studies here and visiting with the poor farmers in the remote areas of Nepal actually. And I have continued to follow Nepal since then, and it's a great pleasure to be back in Kathmandu. Okay, let me move straight on to my presentation. So what I will do is give a perspective from the global, thank you very much. from the global perspective, and then today we will have a lot of contributions which look mostly at the specific issues related to this region in the world, very important. So, the road to resilience, so our report is called Rethinking Food Crisis Response, and this is of course a really important part issued in today's activities and today's strategic view on what is going on. Let me start with this one. So this is a cover of The Economist. The Economist is a very famous journal. I think many of almost all of you know it. So this is a cover of the journal about exactly 10 years ago, June 2013. And so the cover of the journal, and with that, basically the main story of that issue was towards the end of poverty. So it discusses how there's been tremendous progress in reducing poverty in the world over the 20 years before 2013 at that particular point. And it says we're moving to a world where poverty does not exist anymore if this trend continues. And so this is really a remarkable achievement that the world has seen. And so therefore we now have to think about what's going to happen afterwards. If you look at hunger, the numbers of hunger development was very similar. So these are data from the FAO. And there you see that they also were moving down, both in terms of percentages and in terms of the number of hungry people in the world. So we're talking 2013, middle of last decade. What happened since then? Things have changed. Okay? So we've seen that really the middle of last decade, around 2015, first in the decline, hungry people, malnourished people in the world decline, and then they go up. And if you look at other indicators in terms of basically the access to healthy foods, etc., the numbers are much worse than that. We're talking about 2 to 3 billion people in the world who cannot afford a healthy diet today. So this is one point. So we have a structural change in the world, both, and so this is across the entire world. So there's not regional variation. There's regional variation in the levels of this, but not in the development. We see this turnaround happening everywhere, in Africa, Latin America, and in Asia. At the same time, what we see, we've seen an increase in volatility. So when we saw prices increase in 2007, 2008, we talked about a price spike, an unexpected development. So we had relatively stable food prices then, and then suddenly they went up. If you look, this is on the right-hand slide here, this is the price, the evolution over the last 25 years. There's no stability there, right? So the normal is volatility, is prices going up and down. And that, of course, is a really important thing to realize, because that means if we talk about food policy, we have to see that the normal almost is volatility and how to deal with it. And that is really crucial in terms of how we develop a strategy for this. An important development, obviously, and there's nothing new, nothing that you probably do not know about, these are just some numbers which illustrate it. But the thing is, like, if you see that extreme weather events in terms of droughts and flood, they have gone up tremendously since then. And so you see, maybe the early numbers, we didn't record everything, but clearly things have gone up very, and in a bad way. These are highest bad here, negative effects in terms of floods and droughts very significantly over the past 50 years, and particularly over the last 20 years. Then a very concerning development, okay, and something which is much more recently, is the number of people who are forced to leave their houses or their villages or their cities. And we've seen that this number was around 40 million people in the world, which is a lot already, but still, up till the middle of last century, around 2015 again, over the 25 years before. And then you see these numbers have not just doubled, they're almost tripled. So they've really gone up very significantly. And of course, these are the most acute food insecure people that we have. And so the problem is, so we have all these things coming together in the world of today. Structural change in hunger and malnourishment, and at the same time, very strong increase in the volatility and the shocks to our systems. So our global food policy report is focused on rethinking food crisis responses in this world. So there is the call for effective crisis response. It's not new, we had that before, but it's much more urgent today and much more acute today. And so this is what the report tries to address. It's based on our analysis at IFPRI and with our partners in various parts of the world, including in Nepal and South Asia, about the crisis and their impacts on food security, nutrition, poverty, and livelihood. and it has concrete strategies, very concrete recommendations, and it also identifies how these things differ by countries, by region, etc., and it goes into all these different things. So here you have a very brief table of contents, but it's also the key action areas. And today and tomorrow, what we will have is for each of these action areas, we will have a session, a panel to discuss these things with specialists from the global world, from the region, to discuss how they should be turned into concrete actions in Nepal, in South Asia going forward. Okay, so I'm not going to go through this. These are the sessions that you will see. It has to do with early warning, food, with value chain, social protection, gender issues, migration, and then the regional chapters that we will do. So I'm going to end here because we will go into great detail on all of these issues. I again want to thank the government of Nepal and our colleagues here, our partners here, for hosting us, and I look forward to all the issues and that we will discuss going forward. And thank you so much for all of you being with us here today.
Thank you, Professor Sweden, for that very comprehensive presentation. May I now invite now Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Home Minister, Government of Nepal, Mr. Narayan Kaji Shrestha, to please deliver his remark. Along with being the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Home Minister of Government of Nepal, Sir is also the Chairperson and Executive Committee member of National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Authority. He was a freedom fighter for the democratic movement to abolish Panchayat Raj system in 1980s. He has held various positions like Home Ministry, Foreign Ministry, Cabinet Spokesperson, and Member of Parliament. Over to you, sir, for your big remarks. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Mr. Tanzin Tekbel, Secretary General, IMSTEC, Ms. Pramila Devi Bajacharya, Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Government of Nepal, Mr. Jamal Uddin Ahmad, Director, Agriculture, Rural Development and Shark Development Fund, Dr. Johan Swenen, Director General, International Food Policy Research Institute, Dr. Shahidur Rashid, Director for South Asia, International Food Policy Research Institute, Dr. Biswas Kouchan, Executive Director, Institute for Integrated Development Institute. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I am very pleased to join you all today for the launch of 2023 Global Food Policy Report. I would like to extend my warmest appreciation to the International Food Policy Research Institute for hosting this important event here in Kathmandu, Nepal. It is an honor to be invited as the chief guest, especially to speak on such an important topic. This year's report talks about food crisis response and, more importantly, the need to have well-planned strategies in place to prepare for future disasters and crisis situations in order to reduce their negative impacts. These issues are of global significance, but they are also particularly relevant in the context of Nepal and South Asia, as pointed by the two most important regional bodies, the SAARC, the BIMSTEC. I am not going to go into details of global implications. Instead, please allow me to reflect on Nepal. Nepal is a beautiful country with some majestic views, and I hope that all our guests here, especially Dr. Sunen, who has traveled all the way from Washington, take some time for sightseeing. However, while they make for some amazing views, unfortunately, Nepal's topography, combined with diverse geological, climatic, and seismic activities, along with a host of other natural and man-made factors, also make Nepal highly prone to calamities. Nepal was one of the first countries in the South Asia region to enact a disaster-specific act called the Natural Calamity Relief Act in 1982. Given how vulnerable our country is, we have contributed to build on those institutional frameworks, prioritizing disaster risk reduction and transitioning from a reactive to proactive approach. This shift in policy came particularly after the tragic 2015 Gorkha earthquake, the one which caused massive damage to our country and our people. The same year, Nepal adopted a new constitution which included the establishment of Federal Democratic Republic and socialism-oriented inclusive democracy. Subsequently, the Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act was enacted in 2017 with a new framework which aligns with the Sendai framework, the National Disaster Risk Reduction Strategic Plan of Action 2018-2030. This framework focuses on disaster risk governance, strengthening disaster risk understanding, investing in risk reduction for resilience, and enhancing disaster preparedness for effective response. The political transformation of Nepal also enabled the creation of disaster management committees at all federal, provincial, and local levels, with policymakers and stakeholders at all levels come together to prioritize stronger disaster risk management. We now have agencies such as the Department of Mines and Geology and the Ministry of Forest and Environment working with their local counterparts on hazard monitoring and forecasting as part of early warning system. Climate change is one of the major causes of the disasters confronted by Nepal. And it has also exacerbated the threats to our food system and food security. Not only have the rising temperatures made our crops more vulnerable to diseases and pests, but the recent heat wave also has severe implications for our agricultural productivity. Nepal's rising food crisis not only highlights the economic and social disparities, but also has led to change in behavior patterns, such as shifting to cheaper and less nutritious foods. Migration has accelerated and because of global uncertainties and heavy dependence on agricultural imports, Nepal's vulnerabilities to shocks have increased in recent years. To tackle these emerging challenges, Nepal government has been actively participating in various international initiatives to mitigate the impacts of climate change, promote sustainable development, and implement adaptation measures. We have also established the National Council for Environmental Protection and Climate Change, the Inter-Ministerial Climate Change Coordination Committee, and the Provincial Climate Change Coordination Committee at different levels of government to proactively manage climate change mitigation measures and disasters. In tandem with these steps, the government of Nepal is also taking stock of the multi-dimensional vulnerability in the country that takes account of formation and impact magnitudes of disaster risks. Under the DRR plan of action, we are considering and incorporating ways to address our social vulnerabilities like gender, ethnicity, and employment attributes, as well as physical vulnerabilities like the safety of our hydropower facilities in volatile zones and the need for seismic resilient constructions and trained building engineers. One of the ways to contain the impact of impending disasters is effective early warning systems. While Nepal has had EWS systems in place, there's a need to evaluate them to fill any gaps in monitoring and analysis. We are also working on developing new technologies for faster crisis trigger identification and to ensure a more people-centric approach, which will guarantee warning dissemination not just at nodal levels, but to all communities irrespective of remoteness. I think Nepal and other countries in the region need to focus on developing strong anticipatory action frameworks to organize and plan humanitarian aid effectively. In doing so, special emphasis should be placed on the needs of vulnerable groups like women and children. effective governance, which is accountable and responsive at all levels, will be another crucial factor in mitigating crisis impact, and this is something we are continuously working to improve. The challenges are many, not just for Nepal, but for South Asia. However, as a region that has seen so much adversity and yet continued to forge ahead and grow, there is also immense potential. I therefore request the esteemed guests from BIMSTEC and SAARC and my colleagues from the Nepal government who are here today to analyze this report, to participate in the upcoming discussions, and to recommend the best methods and approaches for DRR in your next plan of action. Once again, I thank IFPRI for this opportunity to speak to such a diverse group of policymakers, stakeholders, and scholars, and I wish you, IIDS, and all partner organizations a successful launch, and importantly, continue to remain engaged in taking the research insight into actions. Thank you, and once again, I welcome you all to Nepal. Most probably you had noted that when she was requesting me to come and speak, I didn't even wait. I was impatient to come here and to speak, because now I have to go to Parliament by 10:45 and speak in the Parliament at 11. And at 11:30, I am leaving Kathmandu for the eastern part of Nepal, which is heavily damaged by heavy rains, floods, and landslides. So I wished I stay here with you throughout the whole inaugural session, but I could not. Sorry for that. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister. Can we just take a moment to just launch the report? And then I think, sir, you can proceed to the Parliament. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Prime Ministers, for having graced the occasion. Thank you so much. Welcome once again for those who were not present, because we had to slightly update and change the agenda because Honorable Deputy Prime Minister had to leave for the Parliament. So as we gather here for the GFPR launch on food crisis responses, amid many crises and shocks that have beset the world, I am reminded of a quote from Einstein today. "The world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them without doing anything." The whole effort and knowledge generation by IFPRI and partners is about not doing anything, but doing something. Not something, but something effective and lasting. In times of food system thinking, IFPRI's own research and collaboration identifies the source of food system vulnerability, but at the same time, food system resilience as well, that offers valuable lessons for the next cascade of crisis and learning from them. At IFPRI, it has been a privilege for IFPRI-South Asia office to engage in Nepal for a long time, and we continue to work on food security, markets, trade, and climate change, among others. With that note, may I now request Dr. Vishwas Kauchan, Director of Institute for Integrated Development Studies, to please share his remarks. Okay. Okay, we'll give him just about 2 minutes after he just, okay, okay, fine. Yes. So just for your information, there is a simultaneous live translation that has been arranged. So you have your headphones on your tables. So if you want to hear from English to Nepali or from Nepali to English, that provision has also been provided. We have Dr. Vishwas Kauchan. Dr. Vishwas Kauchan is the Executive Director of IIDS and the Director of Center of Economic Policies at IIDS. He is also a founder chairperson of Sangrila Development Bank and is a co-founder of Quest International College and Omega International College. He is a thorough writer in the fields of economic policy and geostrategic issues in relations to Nepal and South Asia. He has also served as an UNDP in Nepal and Africa. Over to you, Dr. Vishwas Kauchan, for your remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Pradhan, for introducing me. And I'm really pleased to make opening remarks. We had to reverse the order of our today's deliberations because the DPM has to leave early to address the Parliament. So we'd like to apologize for that. Let me start by addressing our distinguished speakers in the dais, Ms. Pramila Devi Bhattacharya, Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Government of Nepal, His Excellency, Mr. Tenzing Lekpel, Secretary General, Bay of Bengal Initiatives for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, BIMSTEC, Mr. Jamaluddin Ahmad, Director, Agriculture, Rural Development and Shark Development Fund, SDF, Dr. Johan Swinen, Director General, International Food Policy Research Institute, Dr. Prem Narayan Karel, Chief Policy Advisor, International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, ICIMOD, Dr. Sahidur Rashid, Director for South Asia, International Food Policy Research Institute, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you as we gather today for the South Asia launch of the 2023 Global Food Policy Report and panel discussion. Global Food Policy Report is the annual flagship publication of the International Food Policy Research Institute. It is an immense pleasure to co-host this regional launch of the Global Report jointly with IFPRI, BIMSTEC Secretariat, SAARC Secretariat, and ICAR, a leading think tank in India. IIDS and IFPRI have been collaborating in the areas of agriculture research in Nepal since 2011 under the USAID's Feed the Future program. This year's Global Food Policy Report theme, Rethinking Rethinking Food Crisis Responses, resonates profoundly with the challenges we face today. We find ourselves in a world where more people go to bed without food than ever before. The COVID-19 pandemic, coupled with subsequent global developments such as geopolitical shocks and supply chain disruptions, has had a devastating impact on Nepal. The country lost 8 percentage points of economic output since its onset. Rising food prices of food, fertilizer, and fuels have led to a cost of living crisis in many parts of the world. After a relatively muted inflationary phase in recent years, Nepal is likely to enter a period of higher inflation in the coming years. Nepal therefore faces the prospect of stagflation characterized by low economic growth and high inflation, The burden of stagflation falls hardest on the poor, vulnerable, and marginalized groups, as a significant portion of their income is spent on feeding their families. Adding to the challenge, Nepal experiences a uniquely high price level, probably the highest in the region, making our production less cost competitive. For instance, the land prices in Nepal are among the highest in the world relative to per capita income. This has resulted in a decline in the use of land as a factor of production, while the share of agriculture imports has increased from 15% to 23% of total imports over the last 4 years. In addition, certain regions within the country consistently face food shortages. Nepal must adopt a whatever it takes approach to transform its agriculture and food system to address both balance of payment issues and food security. The trade deficit, alarmingly high at 36% of GDP, coupled with exports accounting for less than 5% of GDP, demands urgent attention. Overcoming logistical challenges and supply chain bottlenecks within the country is critical. It is disheartening that goods from USA can reach Nepal within a few days, while it takes weeks to transport apples from Jumla to Kathmandu. Furthermore, decisions made by neighboring countries have a significant impact on Nepal. For instance, India's ban on wheat exports has caused scarcity and price hikes in Nepal, given that Nepal depends on India for 2/3 of its imports. While the Nepalese government has allocated 23% of total recurring expenditure to various social security programs, our social security system requires an overhaul to better service those in need. 15% of population that lives below the poverty line, and more than 17% of population that faces multidimensional poverty in Nepal are the ones who are susceptible to food insecurity and high levels of malnutrition. Among them, women and children are the most vulnerable. Migration has been a profound consequence of decade-long internal armed conflict that ended in 2006. While outward migration has generated foreign exchange earnings, it has also imposed serious socioeconomic and political costs. Labor shortages, fallow land, and increasing dependence on imports, even for essential agricultural products, are examples of the economic implications of massive internal and external migration. This would therefore have a serious implication on food security, especially in the rural areas. Nepal ranked as the 10th most impacted country in the world according to the Climate Risk Index 2021, faces significant climate change-induced challenges despite contributing only 1/10 of the global average in terms of per capita greenhouse gas emissions. The devastating floods witnessed in our neighboring country, Pakistan, last year serves a stark reminder of the impact of extreme weather patterns. Nepal shares similar topography, geology, hydrology, and temperature with that of Pakistan, making it highly susceptible to such climate-related natural disasters. Indeed, 5 member countries of the SAARC and BIMSTEC are among the 10 most affected countries by extreme weather events in the world. The effects of natural disasters and climate change on food security and nutrition are profound. At this juncture, as a part of the Cecil Society and a leading think tank in the region, I would like to call upon the international community, especially IMF, to launch a new green spatial drawing rights, green SDRs, to mitigate the impacts of the climate change by introducing a new equitable allocation system based on the extent of the impacts of the climate change on individual member countries. This new system should benefit countries like those in South Asia and BIMSTEC that are disproportionately impacted by climate change. Carbon trade and right pricing of carbon emission are other measures to rally support towards climate action to achieve net zero emission target by 2050. Finally, I express my deepest gratitude to Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Home Minister, Mr. Nayan Kaji Shrestha, for gracing this event as our chief guest. Despite his demanding schedule, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Yo Sunan, the Director General of IFPRI, for flying all the way from Washington and making his first visit to Nepal after he assumed the leadership of IFPRI. I also extend my thanks to all the distinguished speakers of the opening session and chairs and panelists who will contribute to the enriching discussion during the thematic sessions that follow these plenary sessions. Moreover, I would like to acknowledge the dedication and hard work of my colleagues at IIDS and IFPRI Delhi office, whose tireless efforts have made this event a success. Once again, I warmly welcome you all to the South Asia launch of Global Food Policy Report and panel discussion. Let us engage in meaningful discussions, explore innovative solutions, and work together to address the urgent challenges facing our food systems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gorjan, for being such a gracious host. Now, may I request Dr. Shahidur Rashid, Director for IFPRI-South Asia, for the South Asia perspective in relation to GFPR, where along with Dr. Anjani, who is in the audience, he has also contributed to the chapter on the region in GFPR 2023. Dr. Rashid is the Director of South Asia International Food Policy Research Institute. He has worked on agriculture and food policy issues in Asia and Africa for more than a decade. I come from India. So coming from India, we had heard of Green Revolution, White Revolution, but when Dr. Shahid took over as the Director of South Asia, we heard about Blue Revolution. And he has a phenomenal book on Bangladesh that's on fisheries. He carries a lot of vision, foresight for what is important for the region, and it's likely to be important for the region. With that note, may I request Dr. Shahid to please present your remarks. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. While I get my slides right. Got it? What a coincidence. We are talking about responses to crisis, building resilient systems. We had DPM, Deputy Prime Minister of Nepal, who is a champion in climate change. And he had to leave before to attend the parliament and go to a place where people are hurting from a crisis. This is a serious coincidence. That tells us how significant these issues are for the region as a whole. So what I will try to do, I'll try to focus a few issues in the context of South Asia. Our South Asia chapter this year was led by my colleague, Dr. Anjani Kumar. He's here. His name is there. So I'll be presenting, and he'll be answering any question you have later on. So that is the division of labor. His Excellency Tenzin Lekpal, Secretary General, Bay of Bengal, Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, Secretary, Madam Pramila Bajracharya, Dr. Kendall, Pam Kendall from ICIMOD, Mr. Jamaluddin Ahmed, Director, South Asian Regional Cooperation, Association for Regional Cooperation, our friend, Vishesh Gauchan, and then my DG, Professor Yu Suinan, who paid so much attention, importance to this event that he flew in all the way from Washington. And this is his first trip after taking over IFPRI's Director Generalship, although as he had mentioned, he came here over 30 years ago as a graduate. Thank you all. I would like all of you to join and give a big round of applause to all this color. Thank you, everyone. So I have 4 points to talk about in the context of South Asia. I put them in question form. First one is, what do we know about food crisis? We know a lot. You saw that in the presentation that Professor Sweenan did. Why does South Asia matter in crisis response discussion? And then, are there heartening facts? Because if you open up television, if you look at the news media, you see dooms and glooms. So I'll try to find some heartening facts amid these dooms. Why is this GFPR launch is different from the earlier ones? Those are the 4 key points I'll try to touch on. But before I do that, let me express my sincere appreciation for IIDS, which has been our partner in launching Global Food Policy Report every year since 2020. Thank you for being such a wonderful partner, Dr. Gauchan, and everyone in IIDS sitting here. Thank you all. All right, what do we know? I mean, Professor Sweenan's presentation was so pointed, portraying the challenges in like 2 bullets. The image of the economist and putting that in the context of numbers. I think that makes the point. The rest will be details. So I'll go into some of those details. So what do we know? We know 4 things very clearly. The frequency of extreme weather events has increased. Floods, cyclone, heat waves, earthquakes are making frequent news headlines in our region with vivid images of human suffering. Number 2, internal displacement and forced migration on the rise. And these disproportionately affect poor and marginalized. Global hunger and malnutrition, as Professor Sweenan had shown, have been increasing. And this trend has become apparent even before COVID pandemic. Geopolitical precarity is putting unprecedented pressure on our food system. What do I mean by that? What happens in Russia and Ukraine doesn't remain with Russia and Ukraine. Farmers in Nepal suffer because fertilizer price goes up, food price goes up, inflation goes up. So those are very obvious. So why South Asia matters? Climate extremes have become the norms, not shocks, across South Asia. Over 800 million people in South Asia live in climate hotspots. In 2022, South Asia saw the highest temperature recorded in 122 years. Let me share a little piece of information in that context. Russia-Ukraine war broke out in February. India wanted to support by supplying food to the rest of the world because India had a huge stock of food. Came March, it was the hottest month in 100 years. Crop forecast revised downward. India put a ban on the export, which sent a shockwave to the global food market. So what happens in a particular country has this global implication for food price. Floods alone could cost South Asia, these are estimates from the World Bank, $215 billion every year, and by 2050, 2050, climate migrants can reach up to 40 million. South Asia's success in building resilient crisis response system has implications for global development agenda and the sustainability of food system for our future generations. Why? Because the world cannot achieve sustainable development goals unless South Asia achieves. It is that important. Building a sustainable food system in South Asia will be the example. If we fail to do so, we'll be responsible to our future generation, we'll be responsible to the humanity. So these are some numbers. Numbers of frequency of natural disasters across countries in South Asia. And then you look at those second side there, bar on the right-hand side. What do you see? You see the dramatic increase in flood, cyclone, earthquake, and extreme temperature. These are all increasing in our part of the world. These are images from our region. So if you look at on the left, these are very fresh images. If you look at on the top, that is actually Sri Lanka. On the right-hand side, bottom was is Nepal. In the middle top is Bangladesh. On the right is the Pakistan. On the bottom right is Kerala, 2018. And bottom middle is Afghanistan this year. I mean, we can look at these images and go beyond the numbers and think about how important these issues are and how responsible we are to tackle them in our generation. Similar thing, these are images of cyclone and earthquake. Afghanistan this year. Nepal 2015, cyclone Biparjoy this year. And this is cyclone Mocha this year in Bangladesh that flattened out Rohingya refugees. So are there heartening facts? I think there are. Despite all these dooms and glooms, our preparedness has improved. I'm from Bangladesh. In 1970, I was a child. There was a cyclone, it's called the historical cyclone. More than 350,000 people died. There was no preparedness. Similar cyclone have happened subsequently. Not that many people died. I think these are accomplishments. Mr. Jamal Ahmed is from that part of the country, can say more about it. So these are heartening facts. South Asia now has some of the most innovative social safety nets in the world. And that was very obvious during the COVID crisis. India succeeded, Bangladesh succeeded, Pakistan succeeded because of the good social safety nets. So those are positive things. And the new initiatives, as the Honorable Deputy Prime Minister pointed out, are being taken up in all of these countries. But we have to go beyond that because solutions are at the regional level. And that is the reason why we have BIMSTEC and SAR in the podium sitting today. But there is a lot more to be done. Let's face it, we are still facing challenges every single day. Even if you look at the floods, 2023, South Asia, you see lots of images of humans. Why this GFPR launch is different? What we do, GFPR launch is, there is a global launch in Washington, and then some country level launch. But the issue that we are discussing in Global Food Policy Report go beyond the geographic boundaries of a country. It cannot be resolved only by any single country. The regional cooperation integration is essential. That is why we decided to invite colleagues from all member countries, sit in a room, think about it, have deeper discussion on some of the issues in thematic areas, so that we have ideas and actionable things that we can discuss and take forward. So with those, I will say thank you so much, and I wish that you'll enjoy being in the panel discussion, the fantastic, wise people moderating from the region and presenting from across the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rashid. Now, may I request Dr. Prem Narayan Khandel, the Chief Economic Advisor for International Center for Integrated Fount Development. Sir has also worked at the Ministry of Forest and Social Conservation, Nepal. He holds a master and also a PhD degree in forestry science. He has more than 25 years in the field of biodiversity conservation, protected areas management, forestry, agriculture, fisheries, livestock development, integrated landscape and watershed management, national and global forest resource assessment. He has an expertise in conservation and sustainable mountain development, forests and climate change, forest resource monitoring, policy analysis, and planning and project management. Over to you, Dr. Khandel.
Thank you. Honorable Chief Guest has already left. respected Secretary, Ms. Pramila Devi Vajracharya, Ministry of Education, Science, Technology of Government of Nepal, His Excellency Secretary General, BIMSTEC, Dr. Joan Swinen, the DG of IFPRI, dignitaries, distinguished participants. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the International Food Policy Research Institute for inviting EC Mode in the launch program of the Global Food Policy Report 2023. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate International Food Policy Research Institute, the lead authors and contributors, development partners, researcher, and policymaker to bring Global Food Policy Report 2023 with principal summary statement and policy direction, rethinking food crisis responses. It means humanity is suffering from food crisis and food insecurity. Report has provided the essential policy response to reduce the poverty, food crisis, and hunger. So this report is very much directional. Previous speaker has already presented and mentioned about the underlying reason of food crisis comprises the COVID-19 pandemic, increased food prices, conflict, and natural disaster. In this context, the 2023 Global Food Policy Report timely came with diverse policy responses, which can reduce both the immediate and longer-term impact of food crisis and improve livelihood, incomes, and food security and nutrition for the future. Moreover, the report provides the evidence-based policy recommendation for government, donor, intergovernmental organization to take the responsibility for solving food crisis. It is also important to note that the report has rightly identified the 7 thematic areas which have been already presented for the food crisis responses and the 6 major world regional geographical area, including South Asia, to analyze the situation of food crisis in the region and made recommendations for future pathway. As we know that living planet is suffering from triple planetary crises: climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. Anthropogenic climate change has become the utmost threat to the living planet. Climate change has occurred rapid changes in the atmosphere, ocean, cryosphere, and biosphere, resulting many weather and climate extremes in even every region across the globe. Recent report published by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, shows that approximately 3.3 to 3.36 billion people live in the countries that are highly vulnerable to climate change. And extreme events have exposed billions of people to acute food security and reduced the water security. Climate change has reduced food security, affected water security, and reduced the food productivity, hindering effort to meet the Sustainable Development Goal. Ocean warming and acidification have adversely affected food production from fisheries, shellfish, aquaculture in oceanic regions. South Asia is more vulnerable to climate change. It has already mentioned by previous presenter that South Asia is very much vulnerable to climate change due to the fragile geographical setting and susceptible socioeconomic context. Record-breaking heat waves, drought, cyclone, devastating flood, landslide are the key climate-induced disasters in the region, which damage the agriculture system, increase conflict and displacement in South Asia. I am representing the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, EC Mode. It is a leading regional knowledge and learning center, serves 8 countries: Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, China, India, Myanmar, Nepal, and Pakistan. So it almost includes all the countries except Maldives of SAARC region. Of the Hindu Kush Himalaya region. So the Hindu Kush Himalaya region has experienced rapid and extensive change due to the impact of climate change. Water insecurity, increased disaster risks, biodiversity loss, widespread socioeconomic change have widely been manifested in the region. Air pollution has rapidly increased, and the Hindu Kush Himalaya region has become the most polluted region in the world. Air pollution affects the cryosphere, change monsoon pattern and rainfall, and impact agriculture. In the region, life and livelihood are threatened in this region. EC Mode aims to influence the policy and practice by bringing researcher, practitioner, and policymaker together to meet the increasing climate and environmental challenges of the region. It facilitates knowledge exchange across the region, help customize the international knowledge and tailor it to the region's need and bringing regional issue to the global stage. As food security is one of the key agenda of the region, IFPRI has set green and climate resilient sustainable mountain economy as one of the key policy response for the region. Climate and disaster risk reduction is the key strategic area of IFPRI. IFPRI is working on an unavoidable climate-induced loss and damage. Maybe we can work to formulate the loss and damage assessment guideline together. So that is the opportunity that we can work together. As we know, food system is not in isolation. Closely linkage with climate and environment services, that is why IFPRI is taking that issue forward. So let us enhance the regional collaboration and cooperation to implement the global food policy report, and IFPRI is very much willing to be a part of it. I wish a very successful meeting ahead. I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Khandie. Now may I request Mr. Jamaluddin Ahmed. Mr. Ahmed is the Director, Agriculture, Rural Development and SAARC Development Fund. He is a career diplomat, and prior to joining the SAARC Secretariat, he has previously served as the Director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Government of Bangladesh and the Director of the Foreign Minister's Office. He has also served in the Bangladesh Permanent Mission to the United Nations, New York, and as the first secretary, and at the Bangladesh High Commission in New Delhi as a counselor from 2015 to 2019. Over to you, Dr.
Good morning. Ms. Pramila Devi Bajracharya, Respected Secretary, Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Government of Nepal. His Excellency Tenzin Lekfel, Secretary General BIMSTEC, Dr. Prem Narayan Kandel, Chief Policy Advisor, not Dr. Johan Swinen, DG IFPRI, Dr. Shohidur Rashid, Director IFPRI, and Dr. Vishwas Gauchan, Executive Director IITS. Distinguished moderator, speakers, government officials, food policy experts, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning once again. It's my immense pleasure to witness such a ceremonious launch of the Global Food Policy Report 2023 in presence of so many dignitaries, scientists, and experts. IFPRI has brought up this report at a time when the world economy in general and food security in particular have been shattered by COVID-19 pandemic and its aftermath, and then by ongoing war in Ukraine. In the title of this event, IFPRI laid particular emphasis on the term rethinking, and rightly so. In the last 3 years, resilience of our food system has been tested to its limit. It testifies that in order to adapt to this kind of unforeseen challenges or unforeseen adversaries, we are required to reinvent a food crisis response system which is more capable of absorbing shocks, managing disruption in supply chain, as well as ensuring food security for people from all spectrums. The call for modifying food crisis response system has never been stronger. The crisis response system that worked out in 20th century no longer fits for its purpose in the 21st century. We need to bring in necessary tweaks in our traditional food crisis response system with innovative and cohesive approaches to serve the needs of the humanity. Distinguished dignitaries, IFPRI has very generously shared a synopsis of this report with us beforehand, and I have gone through that synopsis very attentively. I am convinced that this report could act as a reference point for sketching a holistic food crisis response system for future. The report has touched upon many contemporary issues, pointing out prospects and identifying the threats that the globe is facing now or will be facing in future. It has provided expert insight on fragility of food systems and food security, economic vulnerability, early warning system and anticipatory action, social protection and social safety nets, forced migration, agri-food value chains, financing mechanism, and governance. In its report, IFPRI highlighted adverse impacts of climate change on agri-food system. For decades, the experts have been giving warnings that South Asia will be the worst affected region by the climate change, and early signs of that doomsday are prevalent now. Rising temperature, changing patterns in rainfall, drought, and other climate change-induced disasters are already causing irreparable damages to our economies, particularly further shrinking our agri-food production capacity. However, we are not enough prepared to cope up with this menace. Distinguished guests, the member states of SAARC, comprising mostly low-income or lower middle-income economies, have been severely affected by the pandemic first and then by ongoing recession. The social and economic gains achieved by the countries in the region over the past few decades have begun to recede. This unprecedented challenge warrants collective action at national, sub-regional, and regional level. Cooperation and collaboration among the regional countries and development partners is more necessary now than ever before to combat these adversaries. Let me convey SAARC's willingness and readiness to be part of and contribute to any regional initiative to counter the ongoing challenges and assist our member states in their road to recovery. Distinguished participants, food security is one of the major focus areas of SAARC, and SAARC's pursuit for food security remains one. Our leaders have time and again expressed their commitments to ensure food security in the region. In consonance with their aspiration, SAARC has set up mechanisms like SAARC Food Bank, SAARC Seed Bank, and SAARC Gene Bank to cater for the needs of the member states. SAARC Agriculture Center, in particular, one of the 5 regional centers of SAARC, is promoting research and development in the area of agriculture and is devoted to introducing sustainable agricultural development across the region. Distinguished dignitaries, I'm delighted to share with you that there has been a long-standing partnership between SAARC and IFPRI, and we are collaborating and complementing on various fronts. Currently, we are jointly implementing a flagship project on scaling up climate-smart agriculture in South Asia. We look forward to engaging more with IFPRI and other development partners to complement each other in our mandated areas and achieve greater economies of scales for the welfare of our peoples. Before concluding, let me applaud IFPRI for bringing out such a wonderful report encompassing overarching global issues. I firmly believe that this report will assist our policymakers and practitioners in guiding food crisis response systems in the desired direction. I thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Now may I request Ms. Pramila Devi Bajraj Acharya, who is the Secretary of Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Government of Nepal. Ms. Pramila Devi has extensively served in different departments in the Nepal government. She is a relentless champion of gender issues, addressing gender-related challenges. She strongly believes that science and technology should be integrated into the primary level curriculum, and how do we bridge the gap in the digital world. Over to you, Ms. Pramila Devi. Thank you.
Our Honorable Prime Minister and Home Minister, Mr. Nayan Kajis, has just left. His Excellency, Mr. Tenzin Lekpel, Secretary General, Bay of Bengal Institute for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation. Mr. Jamal Uddin Ahmad, Director, Agriculture, Rural Development and SAARC Development Fund. Dr. Prem Narayan Kadel, Chief Policy Advisor, ICMOD. Dr. Johan Srinen, Director General, International Food Policy Research Institute. Dr. Shahidur Rashid, Director for South Asia International Food Policy Research Institute, and Dr. Biswas Gauchan, Executive Director, Institute for Integrated Development Studies. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. I am honored to attend the launch of the 2023 Global Food Policy Report, GFPR, and I extend my gratitude to the International Food Policy Research Institute and the partner organizations IIDS, SARC, BIMSTEC, and ICAR for inviting me and hosting such an important regional event here in Nepal. This year's report highlights the impacts of multiple crises globally and regionally and talks about the response of food crisis and the need to move toward better prediction, preparation, and resilience building. The subject matter is a highly important one, and having gone through some crisis situation of our own in Nepal, we can attest to the need of having proper mechanisms and policy in place when it comes to the reducing disaster risks, while the geophysical factors along with other evolving issues like climate change certainly contribute to the disasters. Lack of awareness, illiteracy, underdeveloped early warning systems, and the lack of modern technology make us more vulnerable. Our experience have thus allowed us to develop a process-oriented and analytical plan for disaster risk management. The Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act 2017, which focuses on different stages of disaster management cycles, preparedness, responses, and rehabilitation and mitigations. The Constitution of Nepal links science and technology with the country's overall and sustainable development. Not only can science and technology be a major catalyst for the social transformation and economic development, but can also support good governance, as well as reinforce the safety and security of our nation. One of the focus areas of the National Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy 2019 is to encourage utilization of science, technology, and innovation for environmental balance, disaster risk reduction, contribution in industrialization, and national security. The Act on Science, Technology, and Innovation has been drafted to implement the policy, and a 10-year action plan has been developed as well and is awaiting approval from the government. Through our work, we aim to support the development of science and technology so that it can be further utilized for emergency security, climate change adaptation, and disaster risk reduction. Technological advancement in disaster risk reduction and tackling emergency situations have been prioritized. Monitoring and early warning system based on satellite technology and drones have been planned for development and expanded for use in disaster risk management. One key issue that we are working to address is how to reach out to the women, children, and the more vulnerable sections, including those staying in the more remote areas, to support them while monitoring their well-being through any crisis situation that may arise. Efforts are being made to provide better infrastructure and opportunities required for higher education in different sectors of science and technology to improve the country's human resource capacity. Along these lines, we are starting ways to improve women's access to the education and digital technology, especially targeting girls at young age and ensuring their access to education so that we can see more women enter the STEM field in future. Further, we are working on establishing a radioactive substance regulatory body for safe and secure use of radioactive substance while using radiation technology, including for food security. It is important that we evaluated Nepal's science and technological progress and try to bring in more advancement to the field, filling any gaps by mutual collaboration and capacity building initiatives with other countries in the region. In that sense, I feel that this event and the panel discussions in the event today sound promising. I hope that this event facilitates an exchange of knowledge between everyone gathered here, and that we can all take back some lessons to apply to our scenarios as we deal with a world that is changing fast and often in the unexpected ways. I look forward to the key messages and the recommendations that come out of these discussions. And also I would like to congratulate IFPRI on the publication of this promising and very useful report on crisis response. Again, thank you for inviting me to this event, and my wishes for a successful lunch. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And very rightly, you have amplified the voices and participation of women in STEM. If you have not noticed, is the only woman panelist for the inaugural session, but she has tilted the gender balance on her side. May I now request His Excellency, Mr. Tenzin Lekpil, for his remark. He is the Secretary General of BIMSEC, that is Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multisectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation. Sir began his political career in the capacity of a lieutenant with the Royal Bhutan Army. He has been the founding leader and the Secretary General, and subsequently he became the advisor and executive member of the third political party of Bhutan, which is the present ruling party of the Kingdom of Bhutan. In 2016, Mr. Lekpil achieved the Global Environment Leader Award from Global Environment Foundation, New Delhi, for the initiative called Tendril, which is planting of 108,000 trees to welcome the birth of the first prince. Over to you, Your Excellency, Mr. Tenzin Lekpil.
A very good morning to everyone. Her Excellency, Ms. Pramila Devi, Secretary to the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology of the Government of Nepal. Dr. Johan Suinen, Director General of IFPRI, my fellow panelists on the dais, distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor and a privilege for me to be here today at the launching ceremony of 2023 Global Food Policy Report. I wish to extend my warmest greetings to all the participants and express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to IFPRI, IIDS, ICAR, and other organizers for bringing all of us together to address one of the most pressing challenges of our times, the global food crisis. At a time when the world is grappling with a multitude of interconnected crises, the issue of food security demands our utmost attention. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated the existing vulnerabilities and exposed the fragility of our food systems. It has highlighted the urgent need for collective action, innovative solutions, and resilient policies to ensure that no one goes hungry. The focus of this year's report, Rethinking Food Crisis Responses, is not only timely, but critical. It compels us to introspect and re-evaluate our strategies to tackle the challenges we face in the field of food security. The Global Food Policy Report calls for a comprehensive and inclusive approach that takes into account the interplay of factors such as climate change, population growth, resource scarcity, and socioeconomic disparities. It also equips us, the policymakers, researchers, and practitioners, the knowledge and insights needed to devise effective strategies and policies that address the root causes of food crisis and promote long-term resilience. Excellencies, distinguished participants, let me also take this opportunity to give a brief background of BIMSTEC, the organization that I represent. BIMSTEC, as we all know, stands for Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral, Technical, and Economic Cooperation, was established on 6 June 1997 with the signature of Bangkok Declaration. It comprises of 7 member states: Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Myanmar, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. Initially, BIMSTEC was established to pursue project-based cooperation between the countries in the Bay of Bengal region and operated more as a regional forum than an organization. However, this regional forum, BIMSTEC, eventually transformed into a regional organization and began to lay down its legal framework for cooperation and to build the organizational institutions. In September 2014, it was endowed with a permanent secretariat located in Dhaka. Substantial progress has been made after the BIMSTEC Leaders Retreat held in Goa in 2016 and the 4th BIMSTEC Summit held in Kathmandu in 2018. The year 2022 was a milestone year for BIMSTEC as the leaders signed the BIMSTEC Charter during the 5th BIMSTEC Summit held in 30th March in Colombo. BIMSTEC, with its diverse membership, is well positioned to contribute to the global discourse on food security. Our region, a home to about 1.6 billion people, is endowed with abundant natural resources, rich agricultural heritage, and a wealth of traditional knowledge. By harnessing these strengths, we can promote sustainable agriculture practices, enhance productivity, and build resilient food systems that are capable of withstanding shocks and ensuring food security for our population. We should work closely with relevant stakeholders to address mitigation, adaptation, and have long-term strategies and sustainable solutions in relation to food crisis. Therefore, we are exploring possibilities with development partners to support BIMSTEC in these areas. In this respect, we are privileged to have collaboration with IFPRI. On the 5th of March this year, IFPRI and BIMSTEC signed MOU to establish cooperation, strengthen partnership, and work collectively towards improving the livelihoods of our population in the region. The MOU focuses on policy analysis, advice, research, capacity building, and dissemination of knowledge and best practices in several key areas such as agriculture, trade, food security, and climate change. These areas are critical for BIMSTEC to achieve sustainable development, reduce poverty, and improve food and nutritional security. IFPRI, as we all know, is a renowned institution that has been working for over 4 decades now, providing research-based solutions to some of the world's most pressing food and nutrition security challenges. By partnering with BIMSTEC, IFPRI can leverage its expertise and knowledge to help the region address the challenges more effectively. In conclusion, let me express my sincere gratitude to the authors, researchers, and experts who have contributed to the 2023 Global Food Policy Report. Your efforts definitely will help all of us, again, to gain a deeper understanding of the challenges at hand and have paved the way for innovative solutions. I once again would like to extend my deep appreciation and gratitude to IFPRI and other organizers for successfully launching the 2023 Global Food Policy Report in Kathmandu and providing a platform for dialogue and collaboration on a very important agenda, rethinking food crisis responses. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency, Mr. Tenzin Lekpel. Now we come to the end of our inaugural session. Thank you so much, our esteemed guests. We'll proceed for a break now and then reconvene at 12 p.m. for our first panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Recording stopped.
I request everyone to kindly come back to the hall. We're beginning with the program shortly.
Recording in progress.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Devika Thapa, and I will be your host for the rest of the day. We now move to the much-awaited panel discussions curated specially for you. We have 4 panel discussions today on building resilient food crisis response in South Asia, followed by a lovely dinner reception at 6 p.m., with which we conclude for the day. Lunch will be served at 1 p.m. after our first panel discussion. Our first panel discussion is on food crisis risk monitoring, early warning for early action. Without further ado, I invite to the stage our chair for the discussion, Dr. Pramod Joshi, President, Agricultural Economics Research Association, India. Before this, Dr. Joshi held directorial positions at the National Academy of Agricultural Research Management, Hyderabad, India, and the National Center for Agricultural Economics and Policy Research, New Delhi. Next, I invite our esteemed panelist, Mr. Haley Obera, Head of Program, United Nations World Food Programme, Nepal, to the stage. Mr. Obera also worked as the Monitoring and Reporting Specialist, Food Security and Livelihoods Cluster at Food and Agriculture Organization in South Sudan for over 8 years. Mr. Obera is also the 2020 Nobel Peace Prize laureate. I would now like to invite Ms. Phoop Dem, Advisor, Department of Agriculture, Marketing and Cooperatives, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, Royal Government of Bhutan, onto the stage. Ms. Dem has also worked as a researcher, as a policy planner, and also as an industries officer at the Ministry of Economic Affairs, Bhutan. I now invite Dr. Rajendra Prasad Mishra, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Government of Nepal, onto the stage. Dr. Mishra's career has focused on development and implementation of standards, quality determination and regulation of chemical and organic fertilizer production and imports in Nepal. Lastly, I would like to invite Mr. Tun Lin Ong, Director, Agriculture and Food Security Division, BIMSTEC Secretariat, to the stage. Before Mr. Ong joined the Secretariat, he served as counselor at international organizations and Economic Department of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Government of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar. Over to you, Dr. Joshi. The panel is yours for 1 hour, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. I also join organizers in welcoming all of you for this very, very important panel discussion. At the outset, I would like to express my heartfelt congratulations to International Food Policy Research Institute for bringing out this wonderful global food policy report and organizing its launch ceremony in one of the beautiful parts of the world. So my compliments to you and Shahid to you for bringing all of us to Nepal, Kathmandu. So this report has come at a very right time when the whole world is confronted with three serious problems. The COVID, we have suffered a lot. The entire world was seriously affected. And coming out of the problems which we have faced during the COVID pandemic. The second is the climate change, which has become a serious phenomenon, especially in agriculture sector. And third is the conflict, which has created serious problems in food and other sectors, including energy and fertilizer sector. So this report is really an excellent report, which is giving lots of policy prescriptions on responses to the food crisis. This has, again, food crisis problem has again emerged. Therefore, the title Rethinking is very apt. And for this, we have a wonderful panelist. Already they have been introduced by all of you. And on behalf of the organizers, I would like to request all the panelists to focus on four areas specifically. One is they are expected to share their experiences, either country experiences, their own country experiences, or any other parts of the experience which they have on this food crisis, and their observations on the food crisis, and the response, how the response was made to cope up this kind of challenge, and what policy actions have been initiated in this, to cope up to take up these food security issues. The second is share the tools which are required to ensure food security of the vulnerable population. And third is how to conserve our natural resources and make the agriculture more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient agriculture so that we have the continuous food production. And I will also suggest that if they can give some time identify what are the gaps they can visualize in a policy response vis-a-vis what it was not able to, we could not achieve that. So these are the four broad areas which organizers are asking these responses, your responses on these issues during this panel discussion. I think this panel discussion on building resilience, food crisis response in South Asia is really apt, as in the morning we have listened to various speakers and also from this global food policy report that the region is very vulnerable from the point of view of food policies, food security. So I would like to invite Mr. Hele Ebera for this first panelist, please.
Namaste and good afternoon, respected guests, ladies and gentlemen. As has been introduced, my name is Haile. I work as the head of program in the WFP Nepal country office. And I will be discussing about two issues. So my presentation will be focusing on sharing WFP's experience, as you can see from the slides, WFP's experience in implementing anticipatory action response in Nepal. And also, as Dr. Pramod mentioned, I will also be very briefly discussing about the evidences that we generate and what type of policy support we provide to the government in addressing the food security crisis in Nepal. So if we can move to the next slide, please. So I don't want to dwell so much on this because most of the previous speakers have been mentioning about, the impacts of climate change on food security and livelihoods. So climate change, as we all know, is increasing the frequency of extreme weather events. The numbers of disasters such as, droughts, floods, storms, heat waves, extreme weather events has quadrupled since 2010. And due to this, the agriculture sector, where 80 or more percent of the world's population depends on, is particularly vulnerable to the effects of those shocks. And the damage that climate change imposes on the agricultural sector is more than 26%. And then the same statistics for Nepal shows us that flood affects quite a significant portion of the population, and also followed by landslides, epidemics, and other shocks. Apart from those shocks, the COVID-19 pandemic, the conflict which was caused by the Russia-Ukraine war, where Nepal does not face directly, but we face the secondary effects of those conflicts. And of course, the food and fertilizer crisis and inflation. So, like I said earlier, apologies, yeah. So, yeah, one of the tools that we use for addressing, those kind of climate shocks is what we call anticipatory action. So, what we mean by anticipatory action is these are a set of actions, including, cash transfers, collecting and disseminating early warning messages, and also providing some livelihood inputs and health kits to households that are affected by floods. So those actions, the anticipatory actions, are based on probabilistic forecasts and triggers. So what happens is we collect a set of early warning information related to rainfall data and the flooding patterns, and then we set our anticipatory actions accordingly. So once those triggers are met, then we provide the cash transfers and other associated assistance. So as a theory of change for anticipatory action means acting ahead of those crises so that we are able to protect the irreversible damage that those shocks cause to people's lives and livelihoods. So those assistance also involve through the risk messaging that we communicate, advising people to move to a higher ground, moving their livestock where most of the households depend on, and also for them to be able to fortify and prevent the critical assets that prevent their livelihoods, and also most importantly, saving their seeds. So if their crop fields gets inundated and washed away, they need to save some seeds so that they can use it for planting once the water level subsides. So through a combination of different analytical methods, like I said, events can not only be predicted, but their projected humanitarian impact can be mitigated based on pre-identified anticipatory actions. And by doing so, we will be able to reduce the need for a much bigger and higher humanitarian and emergency assistance. So WFP globally, we have been providing the anticipatory actions in 21 countries, including Nepal, and where we supported 2 million people and dispersed 8.6 million only in 2021. So specifically on Nepal, where we have been targeting 2 river basins, Koshi and Karnali. As you know, these are the river basins that are affected by floods on a recurrent basis. And within those Koshi and Karnali, we targeted 4 districts, depending on the flood triggers. So Kailali and Bardia in the West Basin, which is in Karnali, and Sunsari and Japa in the East Basin. So in those 4 districts, we targeted 26,000 households. First, targeting them geographically, and then within those geographic targets, we targeted households that are more prone to the impacts of the floods. Then we provided, the early warning message through a range of channels for them, advising them on the risks and the impacts that's coming. So those triggers, based on, the water levels of the basins, we provided a minimum of 3 days to a maximum of 7 days forecast, together with the Department of Hydrology and Meteorology of Government of Nepal. And then we set those triggers accordingly. So in addition to those risk messages, we provide cash assistance based on the standard transfer value, which is set by the Government of Nepal. And we provide cash in hand, ideally before the flood happens, if not, a day or 2 after the flood happens. So this is an equivalent of 111, which is 15,000 Nepali rupees per household that we provide. So once we do that, we try to assess the impacts of those anticipatory action cash assistance on the immediate food security levels of those targeted households. So the transfers that we provided enabled them to achieve an acceptable, like more than 83% of those households were able to achieve an acceptable level of food consumption. This is a good evidence, but expected. So normally cash transfers improve food security. But the most important evidence that we would want to generate is what will be the long-term effects from those anticipatory cash actions. Some of them, about 25% of the households, they reported having invested part of the cash transfer provided by WFP for supporting their livelihoods, such as buying seeds, cattle feed. Some of them even mentioned having purchased fertilizers. So if you provide cash assistance before a major flood event happens, that will enable the households to make investments in their livelihoods. So overall, what we are trying to prove here is to produce a proof of concept, making comparative studies between a traditional post-shock response and an anticipatory action to see how much acting in advance of a shock will have a multiplier effect on the lives and livelihoods of the households. So more broadly, which is one of the key takeaways from the report published by IIDS and IFPRI and the stakeholders, is we need to focus on an evidence-based policy and programs to enable address the long-term effects of the food crisis. So for that, WFP use a range of tools and instruments to generate evidence to inform policy and program design in Nepal, and also comes up with some kind of optimization techniques that are helpful to address the global efforts to end hunger by 2030 and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So some of the flagship publications that we produce in Nepal is, we have a forthcoming report, which we call it CLEAR, which stands for Consolidated Livelihood Exercise for Analyzing Resilience. So this analysis tries to look at the different agroecologic zones in the Terai, hills, and mountains, and also looking at the crops and livelihoods that are pursued by the households, and then what the impacts of the climate change will have on those households. And then on a regular basis, we have a dedicated unit, which we call it Vulnerability Analysis and Mapping, and tries to look at the household level impacts of those crises, and then comes up with an outlook of the food security situations. And then most importantly, we also produce a cost of the diet analysis, which looks into how much a nutritious diet costs in the different settings in Nepal. moving on, I think I'll wrap up. So one of the comprehensive solutions that will enable us, to address the food security crisis is, having a social protection policies and programs. So those social protection programs, as also been reflected in the report, will be enabling the households to access, basic social services, providing them with social assistance and other needs. So beyond that, we are working with the government of Nepal to help operationalize, the Right to Food Act, and also building a resilient food systems in Nepal. And most importantly, the Early Warning for All initiative, which was launched very recently, we are working with the government of Nepal to put in place a multi-hazard early warning system, which looks at, floods, droughts, landslides, those shocks, including, inflation and some of the economic shocks. So, so moving on, this is what WFP is doing at the moment, generating as much evidence as possible so that, those multifaceted challenges of food crisis are addressed in Nepal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abere. Thank you so much for nicely covering all the points which I stated in the beginning. Thank you very much. You have given some of the crises and given the solutions also, how the response was taken up. The cash transfer, cash in hand scheme, I think it was a wonderful scheme which helped ensure the food security. You have added two important components, in your presentation, which often we forget. One is the livestock sector. Often we forget the livestock sector, which is very important for small and marginal farmers in the event of any kind of casualty or any kind of disaster. So livestock, saving of livestock is one. And then also the saving of seeds. Seeds, once lost, I think we cannot get it again. It takes time, 2 years, 3 years to generate those seeds. So two important things you added in your discussion. Thank you so much for your very important points. And now it's my pleasure to invite Madam Hun Den, who is advisor in the Department of Agriculture, Marketing and Cooperatives, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, Royal Government of Bhutan. Madam, over to you.
Okay, thank you, sir. My presentation will be my personal observation for the agriculture sector. I have been in the service for the past 25 years now, so my personal observation over the years in the agriculture sector, how we are responding to crisis in food shocks. And the second bit of talk will be on general observation in country as well as in the region with some examples from the case of Bhutan. And I would also touch upon a few policy documents and also some gaps and some solutions on how we can go about addressing the issues. When I first joined the ministry, I did observe that the activities, the actions that government agencies, CSOs, NGOs, and various stakeholders who were involved in addressing food shocks the actions were all reactive in the sense that only when a crisis occurred, then people would go about instituting some sort of activities, solutions in order to address the problem. But over the years, the observation is that policymakers, CSOs, all various stakeholders who are engaged in the agriculture sector, who are engaged in providing solutions to the agriculture sector, have been providing proactive services now in the sense that Now people are, with technological advancement, with education, with awareness, with research and all those things, now we are better equipped to be ready in order to address certain, not to the full extent, but to certain degree to address the food shocks that has been occurring, mostly in our South Asian region. Just to give some examples with specific case in Bhutan, now we have a dedicated national hydromet and meteorological office in the country who relays and provides data information on rainfall patterns and all that. So with those kind of information, farmers are better equipped now, especially during the harvesting season. So if there is a prediction of lots of rainfall in the next few days during the harvest season, then farmers, producers are better equipped to make a decision based on the rainfall patterns that they should hold the harvesting days for the next week or the next, after 10 days, they should do it. So those kind of information are there now in the country. And the other example is now we also have a contingency plan on pest and disease outbreak. So with those kind of documents, we are better equipped that certain pest and disease which might occur in certain regions of the country, we also have management practices in place. So whenever there is outbreak of certain aphids or certain greening disease and all those things, then farmers are better equipped to prepare for treatments, to prepare for certain possible management techniques in order to address the issue. The other information is real-time data information with regards to roadblocks and all that during the monsoon season, which is now. So whenever there is lots of rainfall in the country, we do get roadblocks across the country in certain pockets. So during those times, when now with technology, with social media, we get real-time information on where the blocks are. So the producers, entrepreneurs, whoever have agriculture marketing produce to take to the markets, they make decision based on that, and they hold their products, and they decide to transfer it to wherever the roadblocks are not there, or wherever the roadblocks, if it is going to be opened for in the next 2 days, then they can make a decision based on those kind of information. And also the department that I work in, Department of Agriculture Marketing and Cooperatives, we have daily updates of market information, market prices in 4 auction yards that exist in the country, and also in certain local markets in the country. So based on that, the farmers and producers are again able to make decisions on which markets to sell their produce to, when are the prices highest, in which weeks are the prices high in which kind of market. So based on those kind of information, they are able to decide when and where to sell their products also. And taking the recent case of COVID-19 pandemic, equipped with the global food shocks, which has not only left the world, but also affected South Asian region a lot. Taking those lessons, some of the things that we should really focus on now, especially taking the case of Bhutan, the focus is now on continue strengthening our local food production, because we are experiencing a lot of out-migration, the rural population moving to urban areas, and also the youths now leaving the rural areas, and also land fragmentation is another issue that we are facing just now. In order to address that, the ministry has been encouraging to increase agricultural activities in the rural areas, promote kitchen gardening, encouraging even urban farming, wherein the government in urban areas allocates certain state land for urban dwellers if they are interested to take up agriculture in order to meet their household food requirements, especially vegetables, which is easy to grow and cultivate. And we are also encouraging hydroponics, vertical farming, etc. But those are new, but the exploration is there now. Encourage diversifying agricultural food systems, especially because if you're focused in only one kind of farming system, then if there is certain disease or pest outbreak, then there is nothing that we can mitigate against those failures if it is a sole crop-based agriculture system. So in order to enhance resilience of the agriculture sector. The encouragement is also to diversify agricultural food systems. The other focus area is on investment in research and development. Just recently, the previous day, there was in our local newspaper that a research center based in the east, Wenka, they have introduced two mandarin varieties which are resilient to the climate and pest and disease. So we are hoping that those varieties will be able to boost our mandarin production in the country, because our citrus industry has been facing the greening disease problem, and the citrus production has been reducing in the country. So research and development is another area that the country is focusing on. And the other important focus is on the value chain links, because we have had a lot of value chain studies conducted in the country. We have a lot of reports on various kinds of commodities, but those were only taking care of the softer component, just identifying the agents, the roles that they play, the importance of each agent along the value chains. But now is the time to focus on the hardcore component, which is the infrastructural development. We do lack a lot with regards to our storage facilities, resilient, climate smart warehouses, cold store facilities. So those things are still lacking in the country. So those are the areas of focus now for the Ministry of Agriculture and Forest in the country. The other focus areas is with regards to improving data collection and monitoring. Especially for real-time data collection and monitoring, because unless we have proper reliable data collected, analyzed, and used for forecasting or depicting a certain scenario in the future, the issue of addressing, or the way we go about addressing the issues will not be successful. And the other thing is to focus on public awareness on education, especially with regards to responsible consumption is what the focus is now on. We have been focusing a lot on the production part, but we should not forget the consumption part also. Responsible consumption is one area that we should really focus on, so that we do not waste food. And more so now, because all over the world we are facing food crisis, so responsible consumption is one area of focus. And the other focus is on to have a contingency plan, just like how we have contingency plan for climate adaptation in order to address the climate change, and pest and contingency plan for pest and disease outbreak. I think we should also focus on having a contingency plan for addressing the food crisis, so that we are better equipped. Before the crisis strikes us, we are better equipped and better planned on how to go about if a certain crisis does occur with regards to food crisis. To have all these, I think we should have policy support in place. So just to give some examples of policy support we have in the country, we have the Food and Nutrition Security Policy of Bhutan, which supports all the ideas that has been presented earlier. And we also have the R&R marketing strategy to take care of the value chain infrastructural development and support in the country. And the third and most important is we have the fiscal incentives also in the country, which supports financing entrepreneurs, agriculture producers, giving tax holidays, customs duty off, and all those things. So with this, I think my time is also up. So thank you very much for the opportunity, and look forward to having useful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, Madam. Thank you so much for sharing your experiences from Bhutan. Thank you so much. You have given several areas where the government of Bhutan is taking up. One is the early warning messages. Second, also you are also monitoring the commodity prices and giving information to farm households for commodity prices, how they are fluctuating. And then you have raised a very important issue on R&D, focusing on R&D and introducing more resistant varieties. And then strengthening value chains through infrastructure development, and then data collection and monitoring system you are strengthening. And you also propose that as we have contingency plan for climate change, we should have a contingency plan for the food security also. Thank you so much. They are very, very relevant points. I think these will be helpful to learn lessons for other countries, other programs. Thank you so much. May I now invite Dr. Rajendra Prasad Mishra ji. He is Joint Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Government of Nepal. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I would like to congratulate organizers for successful launching of the South Asia Food Crisis report. And on behalf of our ministry and myself, thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this valuable event. All respected delegates, I will have a brief oral presentation in this matter as I'm guided with the 4-5 questions. Regarding the gaps, where are the gaps in the food crisis monitoring and response system in South Asia? I see 4 gaps. One is institutional gap. We have limited dedicated institutions at regional level and national levels to forward analysis to work on this issue. Second gap is wherever the institutions are there, among the institutions, there is weak linkage, information flow, and work together mechanism to handle the issue. And third is capacity gap. Either there are institutions, but capacity of forward analysis, and based on the forward analysis, prepare the programs, plans, and handle the issue and the response accordingly, there is a capacity gap. And within 3 gaps, there is another surrounding gap is policy environment of our own and implementation and response mechanism. Some where there are strengths, some where there are weaknesses, we have to analyze these gaps and surrounding policy environment to handle this issue together in the regional level and national level and sub-national levels. Even at the sub-national levels, we do not have any kind of information flow mechanism. I see there is a lack of one electronic platform where the informations can be uploaded for all to use this. There are scattered platforms, but again, we need one consolidated platform so that the local communities, local frontlines governments can upload their risk, their forward analysis on this. Okay, we are in the risk level, because communities and the local levels are the most important forward analysts. They see our society, our community, our area is highly vulnerable this year. This is a drought, high rainfall, or those things. These kind of gaps I see in this mechanism. And second, what kind of mechanism we can make? Based on this analysis, we can create, if the institutions like mandate institutions, like working institutions are there, we can make a very efficient network, efficient information flow mechanism, and capacity gap analysis for those to strengthen them, and wherever the policy is lacking, we can support the policy improvement to the institutions so that we can make more efficient food crisis analysis and response mechanism in coming days. Because the incoming food crisis problem is not unidimensional, not like earlier time. If we see the 70s or 80s or something, that time, the food problem was only productivity related. We did not analyzed at that time distribution, so many kind of things, and value chains or supply chains. We focused only on productivity. But now this problem is multidimensional and unpredictable due to the climate change. So it needs a multiple layer of ecosystem of institutions to handle this issue together at the regional level. Regarding economic vulnerability part, we have some mechanisms. We see decentralized response mechanism more is efficient. Frontline governments should be capacitated so that they can handle the issue locally under the support of the upper level or national level government or regional level mechanisms. But they are the frontline analysts. They can see the food crisis at their level and respond on their capacities on the front line. So we see this on the COVID crisis. Our local levels worked very efficiently and handled the issue of food crisis at that time under the support of the central government. This is the very good learning for us. They can do very well. They are very capable once they are supported. And third one is how we can repurpose the mechanisms. Again, now we have very strong private sector. Even the forward analysis, they can do very well. Private firms can analyze very well. Very capable institutions are there. And again, the CSOs are very efficient. Earlier, only public sector was there to handle the issue. Now, we three are there. Private sector, CSOs, and public sector. We need to work together to repurpose the investment. And again, there is social corporate responsibility like mechanisms to incorporate the investment from those sectors to the food crisis response mechanisms. So we can repurpose our investment like root of the food crisis, capacity to handle, and adjust the response mechanism. Three-pronged approach will be the more important to address the incoming or food crisis in coming days. So I think something we need to do as regional level is create food crisis response fund at regional level so that we can handle the issue at large. At national level, we need to create, again, the similar kind of things. We have the crisis response fund at prime minister level, and we have provincial level funds, and we have the provision to create the local level funds so that they can handle the issues based on the gravity of and coverage of the issue. So if we have fund at regional level, that will be helpful. Again, regarding seeds and breeds, we have already one mechanism for seed without border or SARC seed bank. So we need to operationalize this in coming days so that basically during the response, we need more seeds, better seeds at the time. So we can create something like this, and institutional networking is important. Finally, we need 4 B's: better institutions, better networks, better capacity, and better policies in coming days to address incoming food crisis and address the issue together. Thank you very much on behalf of me and on behalf of my ministry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Misra. Very, very important points you have flagged. That we have to strengthen institutions in the region, particularly which are very, very weak right now. Second, you have mentioned that there is a very weak linkages among these institutions, if they are. And then we need to think of having capacity strengthening, how to respond to the food crisis at the local level. And you have added that it should be decentralized response mechanism. Very, very important point, that if you have a decentralized response mechanism, then the response will be very, very quick, then it goes to the highest level. And you also supported the participation of private sector and civil society organizations with the government or the public sector in the response to the food crisis. I'm very happy that you have proposed that we should have a food crisis fund also, which can help the poorest of the poor in the event of the crisis. Thank you so much. Very important points for formulating or taking some future studies and taking some steps on these directions. Thank you so much, Dr. Misra. Now I would like to invite Mr. Tun Lin Ayong, who is the Director, Agriculture and Food Security Division, BIMSTEC Secretary. Dr. Mr. Ong, please, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your kind introduction. Good Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thong Leong. I'm Director from BIMSTEC Secretariat based in Dhaka, Bangladesh. It is an honor and privilege for me to be part of today's event, the launching of 2023 Global Food Policy Report. And at the outset, I would like to extend my heartfelt greetings to all the participants, and also would like to express my sincere thanks to IFPRI for organizing this event, which has provided us with a platform to exchange views on the important issue of the food crisis. I'm excited for this opportunity to share my views regarding food crisis monitoring and the significance of early warning for early action. So in a world facing with numerous challenges, ensuring food security for all remains a critical concern. It is imperative that we adopt proactive measures to anticipate and address food crises before they escalate, and this is where early warning systems play a vital role. The importance of early warning in the context of food crisis monitoring cannot be overstated. By providing timely and accurate information, early warning systems allow governments, organizations, and communities to take swift and effective action to mitigate the impact of potential food crisis. Such systems enable decision makers to mobilize resources, implement preventive measures, and ensure the availability of food and support to vulnerable populations before a crisis worsens. My previous speaker highlighted the importance of the early warning system and based on their personal experience. So let me touch this issue in the policy approach and the regional perspective. To effectively implement early warning system for food crisis monitoring, several key elements must be considered. Firstly, comprehensive data collection and analysis are essential. This entails gathering relevant information on weather patterns, agricultural productivity, market dynamics, socioeconomic indicators. By monitoring these factors closely, we can detect early warning signs of potential food crisis, such as crop failures, price spikes, or supply chain disruption. Furthermore, leveraging advanced technologies into early warning systems can greatly enhance their accuracy and efficiency. Satellite imagery, climate models, and advanced data analytics can provide valuable insight into crop health, rainfall patterns, and other indicators, allowing for timely predictions and proactive interventions. These technologies can provide valuable insights into crop conditions, drought or flood-prone regions, and other critical factors affecting food production. By integrating these technological advancements into early warning systems, decision makers can access real-time information and make informed decisions regarding resource allocation and targeted interventions. In addition, integrating early warning systems into existing disaster risk reduction and development frameworks is essential. Governments and relevant stakeholders should collaborate to mainstream early warning systems into national policy and programs. This approach will ensure that early warnings translate into early action by aligning disaster preparedness, agricultural development, and poverty reduction initiatives. By integrating these efforts, we can build resilience in communities, improve agricultural practices, diversify livelihoods, and promote sustainable development, thereby reducing the vulnerability of populations to food crisis. Equally important is the establishment of reverse communication networks and information dissemination channels. Early warning systems should be designed to reach the most vulnerable communities, ensuring that they have access to vital information and are equipped to respond effectively. This requires collaboration between governments, non-governmental organizations, and local communities to establish effective communication channels and raise awareness about early warning systems and their significance. Lastly, engaging local communities and incorporating their knowledge and expertise is crucial for effective early warning systems. Traditional and indigenous knowledge can complement scientific data and provide valuable insight into local vulnerabilities, coping mechanisms, and early signs of food crisis. We should promote participatory approaches that involve local communities in the design, implementation, and monitoring of early warning systems. This inclusive approach will ensure that early warning information is relevant, accessible, and actionable at the grassroots level. While the benefits of early warning system for food crisis monitoring are evident, their implementation does come with challenges. Firstly, financial resources and technological capacity are crucial for developing and sustaining such systems. Many countries, particularly those with limited resources, face constraints in acquiring and maintaining the necessary infrastructure, equipment, and expertise. International cooperation and support are therefore vital to bridge this gap and ensure the equitable implementation of early warning systems. Secondly, early warning systems need to be integrated into existing governance structures and decision-making processes. This requires strong political will, effective coordination among relevant ministries and agencies, and the establishment of clear protocols for activating response mechanisms based on early warning signals. Additionally, building the capacity of local communities and authorities to interpret and respond to early warning information is essential. Allow me to delve into this issue from the perspective of BIMSTEC. Where I come from, BIMSTEC, a regional mechanism comprises 7 countries. There lies significant potential for collaboration in addressing food crisis monitoring and early warning systems. Visitor member states face similar climatic and agricultural challenges, making regional cooperation highly relevant. BIMSTEC can play a crucial role by fostering knowledge sharing, technical cooperation, and resource mobilization among member states. By establishing a regional framework for early warning systems, BIMSTEC can facilitate the exchange of expertise, data, and best practices. Collaboration on research and development of innovative technologies can further enhance the accuracy and effectiveness of early warning systems within the region. Furthermore, BIMSTEC can explore opportunities for joint initiatives in capacity building, including training programs and workshops, to strengthen the skills and capabilities of BIMSTEC member states in utilizing early warning systems. This can help build a cohesive, responsive regional framework that is well equipped to tackle food crisis and other related challenges. Let me, taking this opportunity, let me highlight some of the regional initiatives regarding this issue. BIMSTEC now has established the BIMSTEC Center for Weather and Climate Change, which is based in Noida, India. So the mandate of this center is focusing on the weather climate change, developing the climate models, and conducting the capacity in these areas. Another one is, last year, the Agriculture Minister has adopted the Plan of Action for Agriculture, Strengthening Agricultural Cooperation, 5 years Plan of Action. So one of the areas is food security. So in that area, we have 4 actions to tackle this food crisis. First one is to explore the possibility of establishing food security information system. Another one is to enhance the regional cooperation in regarding the diversification of the foods, and then exchanging the best practices, developing the national strategy of the food crisis, and then to also, enhance cooperation, strengthening cooperation in tackling the impact of the climate change, natural disaster, and other challenges in the food. These are some of the initiatives happening in the BIMSTEC cooperation framework. In conclusion, implementation of early warning system for food crisis monitoring is paramount in ensuring food security and mitigating the impact of potential crisis. Timely and accurate information empowers decision makers and communities to take proactive measures, saving lives and livelihood. While challenges exist, international cooperation and a regional mechanism such as BIMSTEC can provide invaluable support in developing and implementing effective early warning systems. With that, I would like to conclude my intervention. Thank you for your kind understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Ong. Thanks a lot for raising issues which BIMSTEC is engaged, and thank you so much. Lots of activities the BIMSTEC is taking care, climatic predictions, early warning mechanisms, and you are also engaged in local community so that the response can be taken up quickly. And you also suggested that food information system should be developed at the regional level. Thank you so much for excellent points you have raised. So there is no provision for some open discussion, but we do not have time. So may I ask the organizers, can we have some discussion or something? 5 minutes, 10 minutes? 5 minutes. So friends, we have 5 minutes. It's not open discussion. I will request you don't ask any question. Just flag some important suggestion you would like to give to respond the food crisis, in the event of food crisis, what response we should take, or what should be the monitoring mechanisms. Only these 2 points, please give, and do not elaborate your points because we have little time. So just bullet points. Yes, Gurung, I think.
Thank you so much, sir. First of all, very welcome to have this program in Kathmandu. Some suggestion with some of the speakers will be, since last 30 years or so, we are talking about the youth migration out of the agriculture sector. It's true, actually, many youths, they are migrating out. But I think I'm very much hopeful. There are some spaces that youth, they are also joining the agriculture sector. Probably we have to find out which are those areas where the youths are coming down into the agriculture sector. That should be one of the future research points to make the agriculture more sustainable, and we have to rethink about the food crisis responses. That is one of the suggestions. I would like to record it. And another one, if I don't raise this question to the panelists and the organizer, then it will be injustice to the farmers right now in Kathmandu. If you see the social media and today's and yesterday's newspaper, all newspapers are just, a kind of blood painted. Because of the people, the farmers, they are throwing the tomatoes into the road because of the low market price of those items into the market. In one side, we are thinking and we are talking about the food crisis, but in another hand, the farmers, they are throwing their product. That means definitely we will not be able to retain the farmers into the agriculture sector for long. So I would like to request to the panelists and all the concerned authorities to rethink why these things happen. Once, I think some 6 months before, sort of similar event when the people, the farmers, the livestock farmers, that throw the milk into the road because of, again, the price crisis, marketing kind of thing. So I would like to request, wherever this kind of relationship, the food crisis are existing, probably we need to work out what are the reasons behind why the people, why the farmer, they are not getting the reasonable prices of their product. Probably, I would like to suggest our respectable Pramod Joshi, he has written a book on the on the agriculture, sustainability in Nepal. He suggested somewhere in one chapter, for better linkage, for better cooperation, probably the research system should be honored into the country's bureaucratic system. He has somewhere mentioned that probably posting, relocating the executive director or the chief of the research system as one of the secretaries, I think that will bring out a new linkage. So, sir, I will stop here. That is my suggestion. Thank you so much, sir.
We would like to listen more on your points, but we have restricted time. So, anyone? I don't think we have anyone here.
Thank you.
Last one, sir. Last time.
If not anyone, then I will ask some questions. If you answer, it's okay. If not, if you can take it as a suggestion. I am Roman Karke. I am leading food science group in Nepal Agriculture Research Council. We are talking about fruit crisis in Nepal, but the official stat of the government of Nepal, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development says, apart from Bagmati province, all provinces are food surplus. I think from stat, we don't have fruit crisis. But if you see the import of agricultural products, we can see that there is more foods are imported more than the petroleum. So where is the crisis? What's happening here in Nepali agriculture system? We have to revamp and we have to go on that discussions. Furthermore, I also like to address that the speaker talked about the need for better seeds. If we look at our situation, the stat shows that apart from wheat, the adoption of improved varieties of rice, maize is only below 50%. So I want to question what is the extension mechanism is doing, how they are extending the output of research organizations like NARC, who have developed so climate resilient varieties. Like in the past 5 years, NARC have developed 34 varieties of rice, wheat, and maize in climate resilience. Why the extension mechanism is not working well? So I want to also reiterate the facts of what Dr. Gurung has said. Why the research and extension mechanism is not working well? Where is the gap? So I suggest to the government that research and development and extension mechanisms should be one. They should be amalgamated as research and development and extension. So R&D is not working well in Nepal. It should be R&D and E. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. Thanks a lot to the panelists. So no, we'll discuss during the lunchtime. So we don't have the time, so I'm really sorry for constraining on your thoughts. So friends, now we have come to the conclusion of this particular session. We have experienced 4 kinds of risk we have deliberated in this forum as well as in the early session. The one is the climate change has become a reality, and we should respond to the climate change. And I think globally, some activities are already going on that how to respond to the climate change. But on a regional basis, I think we should have a forum which should respond on the climate change, and especially the different eventualities which are arising as a result of the climate change. So regional level climate change response we should prepare. And then second is the conflict. Conflict is another, is challenging to the food crisis. We have experienced the recent crisis in Ukraine and Russia, and there are several parts we are experiencing conflict. So how to respond, especially on food security. War is one, but poor and vulnerables are really affected as a result of these eventualities. Third is the natural disasters like floods, cyclones, tsunamis, earthquakes. We are experiencing in the region frequently. There number, their intensity has increased, their frequency has also gone up. So how to make responses on these issues. And then devastation due to diseases and pests, both in plants, animal, and human beings. So one health concept which is coming up, I think we should take care of that also. On monitoring mechanisms, we need to see that how the new techniques, new technologies are emerging. Role of remote sensing is very, very important. How remote sensing, GPS, GIS can help in monitoring the, especially food production in different parts of the world and come out, at a before time, some advisory can be given or response can be prepared well in time. The second is the forecasting models are there. We need to improve those forecasting models. Outlooks are several countries, several regions are giving outlooks, so we need to take those very seriously, what they are giving. Need to see that new tools like artificial intelligence, machine learning, they are coming out, these new tools, for assessing the magnitude and the regions of food crisis. We can do quick analysis and can provide the quick response. So what sorts of solutions we come for this kind of a challenge? Some points came up from the discussion, and some I have just noted down. I was going through one of the reports from FAO. They have a global forum on food security and nutrition, FSN forum. I think it will be good that if this forum is strengthened and a kind of forum, global food security forum can be established at the global level, just like we have a World Economic Forum we have. Similarly, can we have a global food security forum and on the pattern of the G20, or some of the countries can participate in this forum and we pursue it, do some analysis, come out with the mechanisms and how it will be operationalized. Then second, we can learn some lessons from the SARC Food Bank. SARC Food Bank was established, but I think it was not very, very successful. I think I request Honorable Director SARC, Rural Development and Agriculture, do some study that why it was not successful. Such a novel idea on developing the food bank, why it could not succeed. So I think, are there political reasons or some other reasons? So if they are, we need to resolve those issues. It's for the poorest of the poor. So that we should do. And I propose that we should have a consortium of donors, philanthropic organizations, World Food Program, Red Cross, FAO, for having this World Food Bank kind of organization. Then, as suggested, World Global Fund for Food Crisis Management. Again, a consortia can be think of having donors, philanthropic organizations like Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. There are many who can come into the fold. And finally, a lot of emphasis has been given to R&D. And we should give more focus to research and development to improve the capacity in research as well as getting innovative or new techniques, technologies for ensuring food security, not only at the local level, but at the global level. So with this, I thank all the panelists, Mr. Ebera, Madam Dem, Dr. Mishra, and Mr. Ong, for wonderful points you have flagged. And thank you very much for your patience listening. I think you can give some of your thoughts to the organizers on this particular theme, which we have discussed during this time. And thank you, Dr. Sahid, Dr. Swinan, for giving me this responsibility for chairing this session. Thank you very much. Over to you, organizers.
I would like to thank our esteemed panelists and chair for a very insightful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be breaking for lunch, which is being served outside the Bagmati Hall. I will see you again at 2 p.m. for our second panel discussion on forced migration, fragility, resilience, and policy responses. Enjoy your meal. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, ladies and gentlemen. We now have 2 panel discussions before we break for tea at 4:15 p.m.
Recording in progress.
Without further ado, I invite to the stage our chair for the discussion on forced migration, fragility, resilience, and policy response, Dr. S. Irudaya Rajan, Chairperson, International Institute for Migration and Development, India. Dr. Rajan is also chairperson of the Global Knowledge Partnership on Migration and Development, the World Bank Working Group on Internal Migration and Urbanization. Prior to this, he was professor at the Center for Development Studies in Kerala and has close to 40 years of research experience. Next, I invite Dr. Ben Belton, Research Fellow at IFPRI, to the stage. As an applied interdisciplinary social scientist, Dr. Belton has over 15 years of experience in South and Southeast Asian countries, including Bangladesh, Myanmar, Thailand, Vietnam, India, Cambodia, and Malaysia. In addition to this, he holds joint appointment as Associate Professor in International Development at the Department of Agricultural, Food, and Resource Economics, Michigan State University, USA. Next, I invite onto the stage Mr. Saeed Yusuf Sadat, Research Fellow, Center for Policy Dialogue, Bangladesh, onto the stage. Mr. Sadat is an economist and educator who is also an award-winning researcher who has conducted research for a multitude of institutions, including UK-AID, the Embassy of Denmark, UN Women, and UNDP. He has also co-authored a book titled Youth Employment in Bangladesh, Creating Opportunities, Reaping Dividends, and is a member of both the South Asia Economic Policy Network and Young Scholars Initiative. We have 2 panelists with us online. Ms. Simone Parchment, who is Deputy Country Director for Program and Strategy, United Nations World Food Programme, Bangladesh. Ms. Parchment has also worked as the Deputy Country Director for Egypt at the UNWFP. We also have Dr. Bilesha Weeraratne, Research Fellow and Head of Migration and Urbanization Research, Institute of Policy Studies, Sri Lanka. Dr. Weeraratne's research interests include internal and international migration, urbanization, economics of education, labor economics, economic development, and economics of sports. She has also been a consultant to prominent international organizations such as IOM, ILO, the World Bank, and ADB. Over to you, Dr. Rajan. The panel is yours for 60 minutes, sir.
Thank you so much for the invitation. I think we had a good lunch. All of you ready to sleep now. I can see that you took a nice place to where nobody can see you, and you are going to close your eyes. I think that's a good thing. We had a good food, but we are talking about food insecurity in South Asia. I think that after the morning session we had on agriculture, the agriculture crisis also lead to migration, which we'll discuss in this program. And before I hand over the mic to other speaker, I just wanted to make one point here, and then I'll come back at the end of the session, depending upon how the session goes. In fact, when you look at South Asia, 1 in 3 people are migrants. Whenever I used to give a lecture in India, I used to tell that I am a migrant from Tamil Nadu to Kerala. And our Honorable Prime Minister is a migrant from Gujarat to Delhi. We both are migrants. But we never discuss about migration issue, we discuss about some other things. So I think that what we are going to talk today is the low-skilled, unskilled, internal migrants, internally displaced. We have seen during COVID-19. I think many of you know that in our own country we were displaced during COVID-19. It happened in India. It happened in almost all the countries. You don't need to, there is no war. and we are fighting ourselves. So I think the COVID has brought very much invisible of the migrants. It was not there. We know that it was the same problem continues prior to COVID, but the COVID brought them to expose to all of us how inefficient we are on handling migration. And my memory also holds a statement made by a migrant who was trying to leave immediately after the lockdown announced in Kerala. Of course, throughout the country there was a lockdown. He was trying to run from Kerala. So I asked only one question, why you are leaving? We are looking after you well. Kerala was did reasonably well. In fact, I was part of the government committee to advise the Kerala government. He said, anyway, I will die. Anyway, I will die either of COVID-19 or of starvation. But I don't want to die of starvation. That's why I'm leaving home. That led Kerala government to provide food security for all the households in Kerala and also the migrant. We got what is called the community kitchen. We have opened every place people can walk around and have food. Because when he said like that, I'm going to die. I don't want to die of starvation. That's what we told the Kerala government. No one should die of starvation during COVID-19. People can die of COVID-19. I think that is the response Kerala started. I'll give you more response what India did maybe in the, at the later stages. I'll stop here and I will request, we have an order, but whatever order we have, maybe I'll follow the order so that I will start with Ms. Saimani from Bangladesh. You are online. You have 10 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Can I just get a signal that you can hear me before I jump in? So can I get a thumbs up? Are you hearing me online? Yes?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. So sorry I wasn't able to join you all in person, but I'm coming to you live from Cox's Bazar today. And really grateful for the opportunity for WFP to participate in this panel. Looking at the issues that we have on the agenda, migration, fragility, resilience, and policy. You know, for WFP, we always come at these issues from the food security angle. So I thought a good starting point for us would be taking a look at food security in Bangladesh. And this is timely because we just published here the IPC report. It was issued in June of 2023, so fresh off the press. For those of us who might not know, the IPC is the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, and it looks at the different phases of food security in the country. And there are 5 levels in the IPC, from phase 1 to phase 5. Phase 1 being people who are food secure, phase 2, people in stress, phase 3, people in crisis, phase 4, people in emergency, and phase 5, which is the most serious phase, is people in catastrophe. So we are most concerned about people who are in phases 3 and above, who are the ones with acute food insecurity. So looking at the snapshot from March to September, what does food security look like in Bangladesh? If we look at the period March and April, there are 8.9 million people who fall into that category of phase 3 and above. So that's already a troubling number. Taking it forward a little bit more from May to September, that number goes up to 11.9 million. So that the trends in food security for the coming months are a bit of concern. What are the primary drivers of food insecurity here? And I think that they will be obvious to many of us. Climate is a very big one. Conflict is also a factor, particularly for the Rohingya who are based in Cox's Bazar and surrounding areas. And then we have global factors, the global economic crisis and the war in Ukraine. So these are the main drivers that we see of food insecurity, and we've been facing food price hikes and fuel hikes here as well. So there are three key WFP interventions that I'd like to highlight to you today that I think are very relevant to the topics under discussion. The first is our anticipatory action and forecast-based financing activities. I'd like to talk a bit also about social protection, and then I'd like to shine the spotlight for a little bit on our Rohingya response. So looking at anticipatory action, WFP has been working hand in hand with the government on these activities here. And we started on this journey with them from 2017. So we do have a little bit of experience in this area and some good progress to report. So in 2017, we formulated a technical anticipatory action working group. And we've seen really steady progress nationally since then. In 2019, anticipatory action was included in the National Standing Order on Disaster. So this is a good policy framework around anticipatory action, and we were really happy to see this development here. We also had the formulation of a government-led task force and the first national dialogue platform for anticipatory action. Jumping ahead a little bit, in 2020, anticipatory action was included in MODMR's strategic plan. That's the Ministry for Disaster Management here. And jumping ahead again to 2022, we had the development of the national harmonized SOPs for cyclone and flood led by MODMR. So very much activity and good work on the policy side around these areas here in Bangladesh. And of course, I'm sure we'll all agree that this is an important issue in Bangladesh, as it is one of the world's 10 most climate affected countries as things stand today. And we deal with everything here from cyclones to rising sea levels, landslides, heat waves, and much of this also impacts migration within the country. So we have migration from coastal areas and from rural areas into urban areas with a number of climate refugees there. So what is WFP doing? We work with the government to pilot some projects on anticipatory action and forecast-based financing, where let me give you a concrete example. I'm sure you all would be aware of Cyclone Mocha that we just had here on the 13th of May. And because we had the cyclone coming in, this triggered for us the payment of some benefits to people who are enrolled in our forecast-based financing activity. And when the triggers are met, we give a benefit of 4,100 taka to each of the participants in the program so that they can prepare themselves better and mitigate damage and losses after the cyclone. So that was 28,000 people assisted in relation to Mocha. One other intervention I'd mention is the Urban Assistance Project that WFP is working on, targeting people in the urban slums in Dhaka with food assistance. And that's in response to nutrition and economic concerns that we've seen for people residing in those slums. Moving on a little bit to talk about social protection, WFP is working closely with a number of ministries, including Women and Children's Affairs and the Ministry of Education on a number of activities here. And Bangladesh takes social protection very seriously with over 130 individual social protection programs. That's an impressive number, but it also brings challenges in terms of cohesion and in terms of making sure that we are targeting those people who are most vulnerable. We are in the process now of working with the government to make the social protection systems more responsive, shock responsive, and I'm thinking that when we have the next discussion on that, we'll have some good things to report in that area. Just keeping an eye on time, let me share a little bit about the Rohingya response. And this is the population that we are helping here in Bangladesh who are most affected by conflict. The conflict not taking place in Bangladesh, but in Myanmar. The food security situation for the Rohingya is deteriorating right now. We're seeing some significant drops in levels of nutrition and food security for the Rohingya. And the reason for this, the main reason for this is that WFP has had to cut rations to the Rohingya this year due to funding shortages. So the standard ration that we give to the Rohingya is $12 per person per month, and that's enough to cover the emergency ration of 2,100 kcals. Because of the funding shortages, we were forced to reduce that ration to $10 in March, and then we had to reduce further to $8 in June. So we're watching carefully and monitoring to see what the impact of that will be on this population, and we'll give further reports in the near future on that. But the trends are quite troubling, and we are seeing some indications of negative coping mechanisms already, but it's just a bit too early for me to get into further details on that now, and also I'm out of time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Saivani, that I would like to just to review 2 points from there. She was talking about climate change and the vulnerability and migration, and also the conflict which is happening outside Bangladesh leads to what is called the Rohingya refugees. 2 issues are very, very important. We should discuss further. The second point, I think this is something, importance of a policy on migration. I think many countries, we are sitting here. How many countries we have a migration policy? We have agricultural policy, industrial policy. I think she was talking about policy, importance of policy. That's something very, very important. We should look at it. And also task force on climate disaster and the importance of social security program. I think we saw that during COVID-19. Importance of social security program and how much we spend money on social security from our country's budget. If you look at social security and the defense security, there's also security. We spend so much money on defense security compared to very, very little money on social security. I think we should put those facts when we discuss on food security. I will move from Bangladesh, now we'll move to Sri Lanka. And I'm requesting Pelisa, one of my person whom I know for quite some time, works on migration from Sri Lanka, to put her intervention for 10 minutes. Pelisa, please.
Thank you very much, Chair Professor Rajan. Thank you, organizers, for inviting me. Can you all hear me? Professor Rajan, can you all hear me? Just give me a thumbs up.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, great. So thank you very much for inviting me, and I'm really sorry that I'm unable to be with you all in person today, but I'm very happy to be providing my intervention. So what I want to bring to the table today is the Sri Lankan experience in terms of crisis, migration, and resilience. What I want to say is that now in Sri Lanka, we have often seen many types of crises going on. And migration often takes place as a response strategy to some sort of a crisis that's going on. So this migration could be internal migration or international migration. So two of the notable crises that has taken place recently is the economic crisis that we are already in the middle of. And another is the climate change crisis that has taken place over many years and impacted the country in various ways. So most often when we trace back why people migrate during a crisis, we see that it is most of the time due to affordability issues. When we trace all the way back, we see that it is because they cannot afford many things, and most importantly, to have their regular, decent type of meals or their food security. So the food security vulnerability is one of the main reasons why people resort to migration when they are faced with a crisis. So during this ongoing economic crisis, we saw that there were times when the inflation was so high in Sri Lanka. There were times when during the last year, during 2022, there were times when the inflation was as high as nearly 70%, and food inflation was, in January 2023, it was over 60%. So food crisis or food insecurity is a main reason behind the issues that people are facing. So when people are facing such issues, one of the main strategies that is to seek migration or international migration in the case of Sri Lanka. So over time, international migration has been a good strategy to overcome issues in the country. And specifically during 2022, we saw that there was a huge surge in labor migration. Specifically after the pandemic, during the pandemic, there was a drop. So in that context, we saw a huge surge in migration during 2022. So one of the key reasons was this affordability issue or inflation or economic crisis that was going on. And there were other issues also, like there was a backlog of migrants who couldn't go for foreign employment, and there was a whole lot of migrants who had returned and who wanted to take up employment opportunities in 2022. But all in all, this economic crisis was a key factor that pushed many people to seek foreign employment in 2022. And then when we look at the other aspect that I want to focus on, the climate change and migration, again, this also very often traces back to food security aspects of it, because climate change often results in disrupting livelihoods, and majority of the Sri Lankan population still is involved in agriculture-related activities, and agriculture livelihoods are very much vulnerable to weather patterns or climate change issues. So therefore, they have a lot of vulnerability to their livelihoods due to climate change, and then that affects their food security also along the way. So what people do is, again, often when faced with climate change related crisis, people initially consider internal migration before they consider international migration. So what we see is when faced with rapid onset events like floods or landslide, people are initially maybe displaced, and then they will look for permanent migration. They might be relocated. But then when somebody is faced with slow onset events like drought or sea erosion, that type of slow onset events, we see a pattern where people take up seasonal migration or take up temporary migration. So in terms of seasonal migration or temporary migration versus permanent migration, we saw a very distinct pattern in a recent study that we did. We did an extensive study for the Ministry of Environment and IUM, where we looked at the nexus between climate change and migration in Sri Lanka. So here, one of the main findings that we saw was that there is a clear distinction between slow onset events and rapid onset events when people are giving climate disasters as a reason for mobility. We often saw that when faced with a rapid onset event, people very clearly connected that as a reason for their migration, because maybe it was a dramatic event and they remembered the flooding or the landslide very well. But on the other hand, when they were faced with a slow onset event, like a drought that took place over time, many people, even though they were faced with drought and it was very clear that drought has started all their issues that led to their migration, they were most of the time unable to identify the slow onset event as the reason for their migration. So they traced it back and stopped at the livelihood issue or the issue of not being able to have enough food on the table. They couldn't trace it back that that livelihood issue was caused by the slow onset event. So that was one of the key things that we saw in the study. And also, we saw that when it comes to slow onset events and the related temporary or seasonal migration that took place along with that, there was a significant selection process on who would become the migrant within a household or a family. There was a heavy selection where always male household members were preferred, and also younger working age male people were preferred as migrants because the slow onset event provided time and scope to select a person within the household to place as a migrant in terms of their income risk diversification strategy. But on the other hand, when it came to slow onset events, there was no rapid onset events. When it came to rapid onset events like landslide or floods, there was no selection process. Most of the time, the entire household, including the elderly, the young children, disabled, the whole household had to be displaced or relocated over time. So these were some of the key things that came out of the study. And then we know that migration takes place during a crisis because people want to diversify their income risk. So here we see that people most often take up migration with the underlying intention of remitting money to the family left behind so that they can weather the crisis or face the situation better. So what people would normally say is they try to diversify risk by placing this migrant in a place where the risk structure is different from the origin area. So with that, it is often the motive for migration is the possibility of remittances and diversifying the risk. And then the remittance motive is insurance motive, where they want to have a buffer against their possible risks. However, we saw that an interesting thing that we saw during the economic crisis in Sri Lanka was in 2022, even though the country was struggling so much economically, the official remittances showed that the remittances were going down to Sri Lanka. So this showed somewhat of a counterintuitive thing, because normally we would think that when the country is struggling for the insurance motive or the altruistic motive, the migrants would remit more. But actually what happened in 2022 in Sri Lanka was that remittances went down, the former remittances, and it showed some pro-cyclicality of the remittance behavior. So I think this is important to understand. There was informal remittances and formal remittances coming in. That was one of the key reasons for this anomaly in remittances coming into the country. So these were some of the facets that we saw during various types of crises that Sri Lanka was facing, and how migration and remittances were playing a role in terms of resilient building. So in terms of the policy front, Sri Lanka is one of the few countries that has a migration policy, and we have a very good migration policy. So during the ongoing economic crisis, there were many policy changes that were introduced. One was this revisiting of the family background report, and some changes were done to promote migration of females. And then there was new policies that were introduced to allow public sector workers to take 5 years of no pay leave and take on foreign employment. However, we did not see much of concerted policy efforts in terms of internal migration in Sri Lanka. So that is something that is noticeable. We don't have much policies or nearly a near absence of policies in terms of internal migration, especially climate change related internal migration as we spoke in this context. So with that, I just want to stop now. We can pick up things during the discussion if there is more interest on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pelisa. It was a very good intervention from Sri Lanka talking about economic crisis, inflation and food security. Also about decision making in the household, who will migrate. I think this is also very important because if you look at some of the studies, the remittances, I think 30% of the remittances are spent on food alone. When the money is not coming, because the many households depend on remittances for their own food. If the person is returning back or there's a distress or now the salary is not paid in the Gulf countries or other thing, there is a lot of impact at the family at home. So we will move from Sri Lanka to now to Dr. Ben. He will speak about Bangladesh and Myanmar. 10 minutes, Dr. Ben.
Thank you. So I've been asked to talk about migration, fragility and resilience in the context of Myanmar and Bangladesh based on my experience of working and living in those two countries for more than a decade. So there's a broad spectrum of migration behaviors which range between, on the one hand, forced displacement and on the other hand, completely voluntary movement. But there's this large space in the middle where migration is driven by this complex mix of opportunity and compulsion, or push and pull factors as they're sometimes called. I'm going to talk primarily about two examples in the context of Bangladesh and Myanmar, the first one being forced displacement, in the case of the Rohingya, we've already heard about, and the second one being more voluntary forms of migration within those countries from rural to urban areas and also internationally. So there are currently around 1 million forcibly displaced Rohingya originating from Myanmar now, living in camps in Cox's Bazar district in Bangladesh. And these people, in addition to what they've already faced, are now highly vulnerable to a range of other shocks, as we already heard from the first presenter, cyclones such as Cyclone Mocha just a month ago, disasters such as fires, and food price inflation. We already heard also that they're entirely dependent on food aid or rations, and these have been shrinking. They've dropped about 50%, the value of these in the last year, and so they're now confronting very high levels of undernutrition. And people living in these camps are not permitted to work outside of the camps, in part because of fears about the impacts on the welfare of the host communities. So in around 2018, IFPRI actually conducted several studies on the economic interactions between Rohingya in these camps and the host communities. And so the population of Rohingya in Cox's Bazar is equivalent to about 1/3 of the population of the district. So as you can imagine, when it was modeled what kind of an impact allowing complete integration of these displaced people into the workforce in Cox's Bazar district would have, it's a big impact. It would reduce local wages by almost 1/3. But in another iteration of the model, expanding this out to allow integration of these people into the wider workforce of Chattogram district, where Cox's Bazar is located, Chattogram division, that's 8 districts. The effect on wages would be a lot lower. These would be reduced by about 3.7%. And you can imagine if this constraint was relaxed even further, if these people were integrated into the entire economy of Bangladesh as a whole, then the impact on wages would be further diluted. So because they're not able to work outside of the camps where they're located, less than 5% of these displaced Rohingya operate businesses. But amongst those businesses, there are high levels of interaction between Rohingya business owners and the Bangladeshi community. So as customers, as suppliers of goods, as suppliers of labor, and also Bangladeshi businesses in and around the camps have many Rohingya customers. And so there's potential for a lot of economic spillovers, positive spillovers, if these business activities are allowed to expand, and if there's the opportunity for more employment by these displaced people, which would really reduce their heavy dependence on food aid. But that comes with a caveat that there would also need to be transfers to host communities to stimulate the local economy to offset some of the potential downsides of this. So moving on to other forms of migration, we've also already heard about climate migration, climate refugees, and so there are examples where extreme climate shocks cause forced migration. So a good example being Cyclone Nargis in Myanmar in 2008, which was absolutely devastating, caused large numbers of people to relocate permanently to other parts of the country. Or if we think about the recent floods in Pakistan. But other climate change effects, such as more unpredictable weather, extreme temperatures, rising salinity in coastal areas, those tend to act as stressors. They may not be enough on their own to cause people to migrate, but they do reduce agricultural productivity, agricultural incomes, and then they're compounded by other economic, political, and environmental shocks and stresses. So commodity prices, disease outbreaks, illness within a household, and so on. And together, these can generate push factors that drive migration. But of course, a lot of migration also occurs in response to economic opportunities. So when migration is a successful strategy, the rewards are potentially large. But it can also be a risky strategy. Migrants face a lot of precarity. They're exposed to potential forms of exploitation, unsafe work, and indebtedness. And typically when we think about the economic impact of migration on rural migrant-sending communities, we're thinking in terms of the remittances that those communities receive. But actually, a potentially even more significant impact is that as large numbers of migrants leave rural areas, the labor market tightens and rural wages start to come up to converge with urban wages, and this is responsible for driving really large reductions in poverty. It's been documented in Bangladesh. It would have also been the case in Myanmar prior to the coup. And this elevated economic welfare in effect enhances resilience to the possibility of future shocks such as COVID. Also, it's so important to understand that remittances and also multi-sited households and livelihoods, where households may have members in rural areas as well as in towns, having those diversified income sources actually supports the persistence of smallholder agriculture. So it's possible to maintain farming on very small fragmented farms because of these other income flows. Conversely, agriculture itself can be a source of resilience for migrants, such as we saw during the Asian financial crisis in 1997 and again during COVID-19, where lots of migrants returned to rural areas to sort of wait out the crisis on the farm. So how do we go about supporting resilient migration that can help reduce fragility, or migration that can enhance resilience? So first of all, with respect to forced migration, it's important over the longer run to transition from humanitarian aid and start to consider how to integrate displaced people into the economies and the societies of host countries so that they can shift from being an economic burden to making an economic contribution to those countries. Also, we've seen that migration can be an extremely important pathway out of poverty when it's successful, but it can be very risky too. So policies that can help to de-risk migration through putting in place safeguards that can ensure successful migration outcomes can be very important. So this could take the form of government-to-government agreements, such as between the government of Myanmar and the government of Thailand, which sort of semi-formalized the position of Myanmar migrant workers in Thailand. It could be through interventions by the state. So, for instance, there used to be extremely exploitative working conditions in Thai fishing vessels for migrant workers, and there have been interventions that have put in place systems which have cleared up a lot of those problems. Similarly, in Bangladesh, in the garment industry, where there's lots of rural migrants working, there have progressively been worker health and safety protections put in place that have sort of made their work less risky to a degree. And then finally, it's important to consider social protection. So schemes such as the National Rural Employment Guarantee Act in India, which provide a minimum level of employment, may actually reduce the compulsion to migrate in the first place by enhancing resilience in situ. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Ben. I think Dr. Spen spoke about both forced displacement and voluntary movement. And he was talking about Rohingya crisis. I think this is also, we should look at it in all the countries in South Asia on the refugees, because we have many countries, we don't have any refugee laws, mostly political. For example, India hosts several refugees, starting from partisan refugees, including Sri Lankans, and then Sakma refugees, Afghan, and today we talk about in India, Pakistani Hindus. So I think we should look at that, how we treat each refugees. Like now you can see Europe treats differently different refugees. I think we should look at the refugee in a more holistic way, so that they don't suffer in food security. We'll move from Dr. Ben to Mr. Syed. He will speak on Bangladesh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished panelists, and I would like to thank the National Food Policy Research Institute South Asia office for inviting me to this important event, and also congratulate all the IFPRI colleagues on the South Asia launching of the Global Food Policy Report. And I'm sure this report will remain as a valuable resource for policymakers and researchers from all over South Asia and, in fact, all over the world. I'm from the Center for Policy Dialogue. We are a civil society think tank based in Bangladesh, which specializes in inclusive policy making and evidence-based research and dialogue. So already the distinguished panelists have spoken about quite a bit of the topics which I wanted to mention myself. And so forced migration, let's just put it this way. We are all different as human beings, but one thing is for certain is that nobody wants to die. Nobody wants to leave this world and their neighborhood, friends and families, and go into a place which is totally unknown. And in this sense, forced migration is something which nobody really likes. It is almost like death while still staying alive. You have to leave everything behind and go into some place totally different from where you were in your whole life and where you were used to, your friends, families, and neighborhoods. So in this sense, it's a very terrible ordeal for people who actually go through this experience. And the forces that drive this kind of forced migration, they can be natural or man-made. In the case of Bangladesh, we have already heard about the man-made forced migration, Rohingya crisis. There's also been a lot of natural forced migration also due to natural disasters, somewhat economic as well due to economic opportunities, but a lot of natural disasters as well. And Bangladesh, due to its geographical location and vulnerability to climate change, it has faced a lot of forced migration, and it has been quite deeply affected. And as you know, we've already spoken a lot about the Rohingya crisis. I don't want to mention too much, but Bangladesh it was faced with a huge influx of Rohingya refugees back in 2017, I assume. But even prior to that, over the decades, many Rohingya refugees have come into Bangladesh on and off again. And Bangladesh has generously opened its borders to provide shelter and support for these refugees, over 1 million refugees. And it has put some strain on our resources and infrastructure. But these refugees have far-reaching implications, which our expert panelists know very well. So I'm not going to go into that detail. But generally, this story about Bangladesh is always that of resilience. And we always say that despite all kinds of natural disasters and floods and cyclones, the people of Bangladesh are extremely resilient. They can deal with any kind of disaster and then, jump back to life and be all good again. But while it is good to celebrate resilience, but we must also keep in mind that just because a person has survived a natural disaster, it doesn't mean that they are doing well. Often what happens is that their lives are completely changed. Maybe they have lost their source of income, maybe they've lost their assets, they have lost their family members. So we need to ask ourselves that how do these resilient people live? What is their life like? How are their living conditions? And if we look into those things, maybe we'll find that maybe it's not as easy as it seems like. And climate change-induced displacement is a very serious problem for Bangladesh. As you know, Bangladesh faces frequent natural disasters, including cyclones and floods and sea level rise. And these environmental challenges contribute to internal migration in Bangladesh. And according to the Bangladesh Bureau of Statistics, between 2015 and 2020, more than 7.5 million households were affected by climate change-induced natural disasters. And this includes more than 4.1 million households who were affected by floods, more than 2.5 million households who were affected by cyclones, and so on. So climate change is a serious problem, and it is even more serious if you are female or if you are poor. The women and poor people and children, they are disproportionately affected by the effects of climate change. And whenever there is forced migration, we see that women and children are often the last to be able to go out of that danger zone. And data has also shown that when in the aftermath of a natural disaster, in the poorest quintile of households, they can lose as much as 97% of their incomes. Whereas in the case of the richest quintile of households, it's only 9% of their income. So climate change disproportionately affects the poor, and it also makes it hard for them to often even migrate, because migration itself is expensive to travel to a different place. So they cannot even leave that place and go somewhere else. And between 2008 and 2021, more than 15.5 million people have been internally displaced in Bangladesh because of natural disasters, either caused or correlated with climate change. And because of this, we are faced with a serious problem because, of course, there is migration because of economic opportunities. We know the Lewis model that when the economy is developing, the agriculture to industry to services, there is a structural transformation. Workers move from agriculture and from the villages to the cities, that is fine. But when this is happening on top of this kind of massive climate change-induced migration, it puts immense pressure on our cities, and especially the capital city. And often many of these people move into slums, have precarious accommodation, and they are exposed to many kinds of diseases and fire hazards and so on. So these issues are all very important problems for us. Of course, some of the things I wanted to say have been mentioned, like our panelist from FAO, she talked about social protection. Of course, social protection is vital for addressing the needs of people who have been forcefully displaced. However, in order to be effective, the implementation of social protection programs must be efficient and well-governed. In Bangladesh, we have more than 120 social programs, 130, I think she mentioned, under more than 25 ministries. And because of this, there's often a coordination problem, and the allocation per beneficiary per month is so low that sometimes this meager amount of money hardly makes any difference to the people's lives. And because we have so many programs and none of them are universal, there is a problem of targeting and selection of beneficiaries. The lists are not transparent, and often there can be both inclusion and exclusion errors, which we are dealing with. But having said that, we need more social protection. We need to make it more universal. And in order to deal with forced migration and in order to reduce the vulnerabilities and build resilience, we need a huge amount of funding. And as a poor country, Bangladesh cannot do this alone. We need international support, we need support from the private sector, and we need support from all parts of society. And one innovative method of such kinds of financing that has come up recently is blended finance. It is the use of development finance, philanthropic funds, capital, private capital, and multilateral funds all pulled together and bringing it in to address issues which cannot be addressed by any actor separately. So maybe blended finance can be an option which we can explore, especially in South Asia, in order to address the problem of forced migration. Finally, I'll end by saying that effective policy responses are essential to address the complexities of forced migration in Bangladesh. And because we are dealing with a Rohingya crisis, we are dealing with climate change-induced migration, and Bangladesh remains committed to upholding the rights and dignity of forced migrants, while also calling for international solidarity and cooperation. It is through collaborative efforts, policy innovation, and a focus on resilience that we can address the complex issues of forced migration and work towards a future where no one is forced to leave their homes involuntarily. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Syed. Syed was giving more statistics on Bangladesh and talking about resilience. He also ended up saying about the universal social assistance for the forced migrant. I am going to open up just for 2 to 3 minutes because we had 4 presentations today. We had 2 women and 2 men. So I am going to open up only 2 interventions I would like to have, maybe 5 minutes. I am looking for not like last round table, 2 men, this time 1 man and 1 woman. So just 2, 1 man and 1 woman. You are still awake? I don't know still. If you are still awake, maybe 1 man and 1 woman can probably give an intervention of 2 minutes each. Floor is open. Mostly from the countries we are not represented here, like Nepal, Pakistan, Afghanistan. If anyone is there, they can provide some additional input because we got Sri Lanka, we got Bangladesh, we got Myanmar. So, anyone? That means you all had a good sleep. No, I see 1 person. Yeah, back, yeah. In the back, yeah. Please hand over the mic to him.
This may be a question related to this forced migration. So this is just to make sense for me. Many people from Nepal and other developing countries, they are migrating towards a developed country for their livelihoods. This is not the voluntary migration like Mr. Chair migrated from Kerala to somewhere else, nor, or the Modi migrated from Gujarat to Delhi, nor this is forced migration created by some disaster, social or the natural disaster, but people are forced to migrate from their living place to other place because of their livelihood need. They are moving because of inability of the policymaker or authority to meet their commitment, or the people who are in the rural area, they are not able to compete with the market-based livelihoods, with the subsistence livelihood. That's why they are migrating. That is not their choice. That is compulsion. Is this the forced migration or this voluntary migration? Thank you.
Thank you. Now the next is reserved for women. Reserved for women. Yes. The front row, yeah.
Thank you, sir. Through all the 4 presentations, they talked a lot about forced migration, pull and push and all that, but did not see any mention of sociocultural dynamics, which also has a role with regards to dietary habits, food intake and all that. So if the panelists could also mention something on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we had now 2 interventions are there. Social policy to be looked at it. I think maybe we have time, we will hand over to the speakers who are here at least. And I think we have another 5 minutes for us. Another 5 minutes? Yes. Okay, then I will provide my remarks because no one is from India in the panel. And, and also I am from India, but I'm not from representing India, I'm representing Kerala right now. Of course, Kerala is part of India anyway. So, so people should not think Kerala is another country sometimes, because every Keralites are in the Gulf country. So sometimes we treat Kerala as one of the Emirates, you know, because many flights goes to Gulf rather than coming to other states. I think 2-3 points I would like to make. I think I would start from Kerala. Probably Kerala had these 2018 floods. I think it's like almost like people told us that it's like almost 100 years back they got the flood like that. And period to that, 2017, we have Woki cyclone in 2017. But that time it was, you know, happened only during the coastal belt. So people thought it's not our problem. It is a coastal people's problem. Only few people who are affected by the fishery sector was affected. When the 18, it's completely, we are all wrong. Everybody was affected. The whole Kerala was completely affected. And 19, we had again Kerala floods, not as big as 2018. And 20, we have COVID. So a lot of things are happening in many countries. And then we had COVID and national lockdown. Now, if you look at the COVID, I think some of you, all of you are here. COVID is nothing to do with food crisis. It is basically a health crisis. And health crisis led to migration crisis because they put a lockdown as one of the way to control the COVID-19. But we know that we failed. All of us failed because when you look at Kerala, you know, when you look at India, we had only 500 COVID cases at the time of the lockdown announced by the Prime Minister of India. But when we opened up, you know, we have crossed lakhs. So we have failed. But then it was a health crisis. We used that as to control the COVID-19 by stopping people not to move. We made people immobile. I think this is what we did, immobility throughout the world, throughout the country. I know how people from Nepal suffered in India. We know how Indians are suffered in other countries, all stranded in the airport, stranded in every place. We have something called stranded migrants that period. And if you look at that period, only one group of people in our country, in India, when the Prime Minister announced the lockdown at 8 o'clock, we are all kept quiet. We were sitting at home because we have money to eat, we have savings, we had something. We never bothered about what happened in the lockdown. But then only one group of people said no to the Prime Minister of India. Sorry, Prime Minister, we are not going to listen to you. We are going to walk back. And they walked back. And controlling the migration internal at the time was a big crisis for us, for India. In the bus stand, in the railway station, some people died crossing the border within the country. So I think this is what migration brings out. So you cannot, when we talk about forced migration, we should also talk about including internal, international, and also distress return migration. I think I have not heard anyone talking about return migration. I was looking at the immigration bill of India. I asked the MEA, there is not even a word called return migrants. It's a life cycle. You leave, you work, and you come back. If you go to Gulf, if you go to America, of course, you don't come back. We know that. If you go to Canada, you don't come back. There are policies to attract you. But if you go to Gulf, you have to return. They don't give you even any visa. They give you only labor visas, IMRA card, something like that. So we never discuss about return migration because return migration also bring back poverties. Because they were earning there's a money, now there is no money. I think return migration should be very, very important we should discuss when we talk about food security. I was also looking at the global food policy report of 2023. I was reading some of the things. I think something very important is still that data and knowledge gaps on migration and migrants are still missing. But I'm just sitting here, we have IFPRI India office, Ranjita is here. They have funded a study in Orissa to look at migration. So migration is a multiple disciplinary, multiple faceted. So we should go beyond such migration is only meant for migration experts. No. We should look at agricultural crisis. We should look at forced migration. I think this is something very, very important. We still lacking data on migration and migrants. Migration cost, remittances cost, how the remittances are being spent. We are not talking about that. This is all important for food security. And finally, there is a statement in the page number 107 of the Global Food Policy Report, identification of vulnerable households and groups. Bracket, they have put women, children, elderly, and disabled person. I think we should talk about vulnerable migrants there. Vulnerable, both internal, we know that right now, international, undocumented migrants in many countries. I know a lot of Indians are undocumented in the Gulf, a lot of Nepalis are undocumented. In many countries, we know that. We never talk about undocumented. They are all undocumented refugees, forced migration. I think you have to expand this vulnerable household and groups. And finally, I want to leave with one policy we were debating in India after the COVID-19. Some of you who are familiar with the Indian research now, we talk about one country, one ration card. One country, one ration card. Basically, to provide food security for the migrant. Wherever you move, you can carry your ration card and you can get the benefit. I think this is being started. I don't think much has been reviewed in India. I think this is something other countries also can pick it up. Yeah, minimum ration food for the vulnerable groups, I think we will be able to achieve something. But this all taught to us by COVID-19. We don't want the COVID to come back, but at least we should get some lessons from the COVID-19. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for a very intriguing discussion, esteemed panel. Forced migration is indeed a multifaceted issue that requires a comprehensive policy response to address the fragility of displaced populations and foster their resilience in pursuit of sustainable solutions. Thank you once again. I now request our esteemed panel to kindly take their seats in the audience. Our next panel discussion is on agri-food value chains, building resilient food systems, for which we have two chairs. Our first co-chair is Dr. Johan Swinnen. Dr. Swinnen is the Managing Director, Systems Transformation, CIGAR, and Director General of IFPRI. Dr. Swinnen has published extensively on agricultural and food policies, international development, political economy, institutional reforms, trade, and global value chains. He is a fellow of the Agricultural and Applied Economics Association and the European Association of Agricultural Economists. He was awarded the European Association of Agricultural Economists Book of the Year 2019. Welcome, sir. Our second chair is joining us virtually. Ms. Tamina Lalani Sharif is the Regional Director, South Asia, Consultative Group for International Agricultural Research. Ms. Lalani Sharif has over 20 years of diverse management and business development experience in the research and innovation industry, energy, tech, telecommunications, non-profit, and government sectors. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Shabnam Shivakoti, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, Government of Nepal, to the stage. Ms. Shivakoti has been associated with government service in Nepal for over 2 decades, working at both district and policy levels. She currently works on integrated planning and project formulation in the fields of food security, gender, health, economics empowerment, and poverty alleviation. I would now like to invite Dr. Ben Belton, Research Fellow, IFPRI, onto the stage again. Next, I invite onto the stage Dr. Devendra Gauchan, Honorary Research Fellow, Alliance of Biodiversity International, and CIAT, Adjunct Professor of Agricultural Economics, Tribhuvan University, Nepal. Dr. Gauchan previously served as a National Project Manager at Biodiversity International and was the Senior Scientist and Head of Socioeconomics and Agricultural Research Policy Division at the Nepal Agricultural Research Council. His areas of experience and interest include agriculture, food security, natural resource management and policy, sustainable management of agri-food systems, and agrobiodiversity. Next, I invite Dr. Peter Crawford, Senior Scientist and Country Representative, Nepal, International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center, onto the stage. Dr. Crawford is currently leading CIMET's Cereal Systems Initiative for South Asia and has over 30 years of experience managing agricultural research programs. In his work, Dr. Crawford seeks to improve the adoption and scaling of good agronomy through knowledge sharing. Our last panel is also joining us virtually. Dr. Shrivali Krishnan, Senior Program Officer, Global Development, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, is joining us virtually. Prior to this, Dr. Krishnan was a Development Assistant Specialist for USAID India, a Senior Research Officer for the Australian High Commission, and Senior Research Fellow at Terry University. She has a strong interest in sustainable development, natural resource management, food security, environmental policy, and agriculture. Over to you, Dr. Swinnen and Ms. Lalani Sharif. The panel is yours for 1 hour. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, actually. It's morning where I am. I have to apologize for not being able to be there in person. It was certainly my intention to be there in person, but flights and the vagaries of travel being what they are, I'm joining you virtually, but thanks for having me. I can now see the screen and I can see that I'm larger than life up against you as the co-chair, but only physically, not in terms of reputation, obviously. If it's okay, I'll just go ahead and offer some opening thoughts and then we'll go into our panelists and hear from our panelists. And then Yo is going to do the summation for us and wrap up the points for us afterwards. It's fantastic to be here. I've been listening in on the previous session and it sounds like it's been a really rich and meaningful discussion. And we've got a really very qualified and esteemed panel here today to discuss this issue. So the issue that we're talking about now is agri-food value chains and how do we build resilient food systems into them. I'll offer just a few thoughts as I was preparing for this session the other day. You know, I was reflecting on the work that we do at CGIAR and the work that I've been privileged to do here in South Asia, working with many of you. And I don't think it comes as any surprise to anyone in this room that really we all know that the average age of farmers is only rising. I think at last count, it was about 54 or 56. And that the majority of farmers these days are beginning to move more and more towards women being the majority of farmers, as many of the men on farms leave for better work in the cities, work off farm. I've also been watching with some level of trepidation and sort of horror as climate challenges just seem to get worse and worse. Specifically around, you know, the work that we do in Bangladesh, we see that pretty regularly. We've seen the heat fluctuations throughout India this year. We saw the terrible floods in Pakistan last year. And I regularly, in talking and working with many of my colleagues here in Nepal, hear regularly about the challenges of continuing to farm in mountainous regions. As we face droughts and unprecedented flooding and unpredictable flooding. And so it's just getting worse and worse. And food security has been further jeopardized, as we just mentioned in the last session, post-pandemic and as a result of the Russian war. And so, you know, without stating the obvious, it's clear that food systems, we have to be building our food systems to be more resilient. And in what I've seen, in the work that I've seen, it's more and more obvious that those food systems, if they are to be resilient, they have to include women and youth. And not women and youth as a lumped group, but solutions that are specific to women as farmers, also as value chain actors, also as producers and consumers, and then youth, separate and apart, but in the same way. The ability to draw back youth onto the farm or to create off-farm employment for youth that is linked to agri-food systems is becoming more and more urgent. And I think it's really important that we have to remember that in order to engage in this equitable and resilient agri-food system, we have to be thinking about engaging women and engaging youth and engaging traditional farmers in new and non-traditional ways, actually. And so therein lies the challenge, is to really bring in those non-traditional ways, those unusual ways of drawing people back onto the farm. And I am convinced, and I know many of you are, that we cannot do this without inclusion of the private sector, without a broader inclusion of a broader set of partners as well across the spectrum. And so I hope that some of our panelists will respond to some of that in our discussion today. The other, reflection that I had in thinking about this session today was the importance of strong value chains for resilient agri-food systems. I had the pleasure of visiting Nepal last year, and during that visit in particular, we were lucky enough to go and visit one of the larger private vegetable markets there. But more than that, we had the chance to talk with a young entrepreneur who was doing some work with increasing and improving the cold storage chains and the quality of the vegetables that they were able to produce and to package, and looking to export them more broadly into the Indian and the South Asian market. That's speaking with that young entrepreneur and seeing the operation that he had built up in Nepal really stayed with me, because it was such an important demonstration of the ability of this region to really rise up, to be able to take on these challenges and to be able to grasp those opportunities as well. But one of the other aspects of that that stayed with me was the need for strong cold storage chains, for strong value addition to produce that was being produced in Nepal and across South Asia. and the ability for us as partners and those that are involved in agri-food systems to be able to support that enabling environment. And so two key questions sort of came to me and stayed with me, and I'll put those sort of out for consideration this morning as we get, or today as we get started with this discussion. And I hope our panelists will touch upon this, and then I would also encourage our audience to raise questions or provide commentary on this. But it's simply about, what do we need to do to create that enabling environment that bring women as well as youth into the system in a meaningful way? So what are some of those aspects that we need to do, and what do we need to do more strongly? And then my other question that I've been pondering is, how can we help both partners and governments with the information and the technology that they need to enact the policies to create that enabling environment? And so with those two questions on the floor, I'm just going to turn to our first guest, Ms. Shabnam Shivakoti. I won't introduce you yet again because you've been so beautifully introduced by our MC, but I would just invite you to make your commentary and to also perhaps reflect on some of the questions I've put forward. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first of all, thank you, IFPRI, for inviting me to this panel and to share some thoughts from the perspective from Ministry of Agriculture. And it's because I currently head the Agriculture and Livestock Business Promotion Division, so the theme looks more relevant to what I'm already working. So definitely, because from the morning we have been hearing about the crisis, how the crisis is looming and how this affects the food system as a whole, and what has the previous crises we have learned from the earlier crisis and how we have responded. So briefly on that we have all seen that climate change impact has been there for quite some time now, and we know about the disaster induced by the climate change, and we have been trying to respond to them through the various policy measures and through other support measures as well. But when we had the COVID, the pandemic in the past, that was something new to, I think, most of, in terms of the scale, it was global, and also the exposure was very long. The term of the exposure was very long. So that made us think our policy response differently, because for the climate change impact, we have been working on improving our production system, making it more climate resilient through the adoption of the technology, investing more on the research and development, and in enhancing the capacity of the farmers to adopt the more climate smart technologies. So those initiatives have been there in place. But when we had the crises such as COVID pandemic, and the recent crisis due to the war, we have faced a different kind of hindrance to the production system. Basically from the perspective of the supply side, from the inputs, because we are mostly dependent on many of the inputs in the external market, in the global market. So that was very severely affected, and that made us realize that we need to enhance our local food production system more so that we are more resilient. So the policy response has been towards more on the local food production system, enhancing the local seed system, enhancing the local seed system, and enhancing the capacity of the local government for strengthening the seed system. So that has been the policy response. And another area that we have put emphasis on is on the agriculture insurance, especially for targeting the climate change, because the crisis is large, and there's a lot of compensation that is sought by the farmers due to the crisis. But as a risk mitigation mechanism, we have introduced agriculture insurance, and we are scaling up and revising our agriculture insurance policy as a response. And similarly, another response that we have felt is in terms of the investment, because as already spoken by our chair about the investment on the infrastructure. So the cold storage, the chain, the food reserve, food go-downs, or other seed storage go-downs, or other facilities such as chilling center. So those were in places, in few places, but we realized that during those crises, these infrastructures, the need for these infrastructures were even more evident. So there has been now increased investment in these infrastructures, both from the federal government and also from the local government. And similarly, in terms of another area that we observed during that time was the marketing side, because when we talk about bringing production to the market, we had the traditional marketing system, but during COVID crisis, we saw the booming of this digital agriculture marketing. So many private sectors have come into the forefront, and we realized that engaging with the private sector is even more important, both in terms of the supply of the inputs and also for the investment in the infrastructure. So the response has been working towards with the private sectors more. And another area that government is putting more emphasis has been on the distribution side, because during the distribution also, as a relief and response, the government focused on the relief through the local production system, enhancing, boosting the local production system. So those were some of the learnings that we found, during the crisis as a response, which were very useful for the economy of the country. But during the whole process, we have also realized that although we have been working towards this front, but there has been still major challenges on how do we bring production to the market. The linkage between the production and market, linking the production with the industries, the agro-based industries, that has been a major challenge that we have faced, both during the crisis and even afterwards. So because of that also, and another gap we have felt is with the production planning, because we severely lack the data, like how many farmers we have, who are producing what is the projection of the production in the next few months. So when we have difficulty in getting this kind of information, it's very difficult to plan and respond during the crisis. So that was something that we realized that more for the monitoring purpose, for the information collection purpose, and as a response, to plan for the response, these informations were severely lacking, and we're not able to connect our production with the market, be it in the open market like the wholesale markets, or with the industry which consumes those as the raw materials. So this is one area I think where we can learn from the regional experience, how the other countries respond in that front, because you might have read in the newspaper in the morning that how the farmers dumped their produce in the market because they didn't get the good price. So this is the challenge. So this is the challenge as of now, but during the crisis, this was more evident. So one is that how do we connect that dots between the production and market is one of the area where I think we can have the cross-learning from the region. And second is about the market intelligence or the trade intelligence, I would say, because most of the regions, we trade, we have very little trade among the regions. So because when there is a trade restriction during those crises by one country or other, that has a larger impact on the other countries. So we faced that during the crisis when there is the ban of certain products by our neighbor countries. So that has affected our industry, our wheat industries. So how do we project that? How intelligent we are to assess those, forecast, the trade forecast. Then that way also help us to revise our policy and reorient and repurpose our priorities and investments. So that is also very much required, and these kind of initiatives, the regional initiatives would be very much helpful to come out of these kind of situations. And then definitely third would be about the linkages with our not only the domestic production, but also with the regional production, regional trade also. So how we can boost our inter-regional trade to mitigate those crises would be another area. And as Madam pointed out about how can we integrate the farmers, because women farmers in particular, because we have seen that in Nepal and also in the region when there is a migration we talk about, this is mostly, there is the male migration happening, and because of that, the agriculture are more feminized, more taken by the women farmers. So how we integrate them into this system is even more important. They have been part of the production, they have been part of the agricultural labor for quite long, but how do we bring them to the mainstream so that they are able to cope with those crises is another area where we have to invest more on. We have been doing it, but I think we need more investment on that, how the technology are more friendly to the women, how women are informed or connected to the market is really important. So this is where area we have been trying to push forward. And another area would be because of these, there has been certain policy responses. For example, after the digital agriculture market was in place, we realized the need for this some regulation mechanism to monitor these digital activities. So Ministry of Commerce, they are bringing out the e-commerce policy, not only for the agriculture, but overall e-commerce business. So they are bringing the new policies. Similarly, Ministry of Agriculture is bringing the agriculture market. We're working on it now to bring the new agriculture market law, which are not in place in the country first. So how do we bring the gap between the production and market, and that is one area. And another is, of course, on enhancing the capacity of the local government, because from the morning we have heard that when in the forefront are the local government who are working with the communities. So how do we enhance their capacity in terms of adoption of the technologies to suit those, to meet those climate crises, and then, of course, to bring for the proper production planning in the local government, and how to bring that to the national market and to the international market. So the capacity development and support in the local government is also equally needed. That is what we have felt, the area that is still to be done. And then, of course, focusing on the digital framework, Nepal has highlighted some of the area, because the digital area is definitely coming, and then government has been be it for the precision agriculture, or be it for the marketing, or be it for the other kind of networking. This is very much required, and government has been pushing through the digital framework. Nepal implementation of it is being in place. So these are some of the areas that we have been, learned from our experience from the various kind of crises, because we have seen that different crises affect the different sectors differently. Because even during the COVID crisis, if we take example, we have seen that within the agriculture sector, some of the subsectors were largely hit, where others were resilient. So it depends on how different crises hit different sectors, and within the sectors also different subsectors, and also different section of the population, different among the farmers also, how it hits the women farmer or the male farmer differently. So that way our policy measures and responses has to understand that differences, and then take the actions accordingly. So I think I would just like to stop here.
That's great. Thank you so much. I think you hit on a number of different aspects that are really relevant to some of the challenges that you're facing, and I'm really interested to hear, how we can kind of move forward on some of these issues, and how can we help to solve some of those issues. So before we get into the question and answer, I'm now going to ask our second speaker to join us and to join the conversation. So I'm going to invite Dr. Srivali Krishnan from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to join us. And again, I'm not going to go into your bio again, but just to welcome you to the stage, and please, looking forward to hearing from you, Srivali.
Thanks so much, Tamina, and thank you for the opportunity today. Again, apologizing for not being in person due to other commitments, but also, we're having some urgent pieces, and of course, my colleague Siddharth is there representing the foundation in Nepal. Very quickly, Tamina, just picking up from the couple of questions that you had shared, that we should really delve on when we talk about resilience in agriculture value chains. I think when we talk about the food systems, and in the conversations, both with academic as well as policymakers, we often do not realize that when we talk about small-scale producers and the farming households, it is actually a holistic household that is both doing crops, livestock. It is being impacted by different schemes by the government, which is the public sector, how the private sector is existing and interacting with them, and the policy environment, all these put through holistically. So I think having a 360-degree view of the end client, who's both the producer but also the consumer, is very critical when we think about how we are building the resilience in the agricultural value chains. When we talk about from the food systems perspective, that is when the produce is being really at the primary farm level to the point it reaches the consumer, there are several actors in the space, and it is important that we talk about resilience in the entire value chain rather than bits and pieces of it. We often disregard that, both the producer and the consumer, but also there are critical actors from the point of view of processors, both primary and secondary, supply chain specialists who are clearly integrating this agriculture value chain from the farm to the fork. Building in resilience means building in resilience across the value chain and not at points of it. When we talk about the role of women and youth, and also when we talk about marginalized communities, it is important that we also understand their role in these different points and where are the pain points and what needs to be addressed. Let me give an example for this one. When we talk about a value chain like dairy or like poultry, a significant proportion of the production systems often is managed by women in the household. And it is important that while the women are involved in the production, they also have fair bit of say in deciding on where the produce is being sold, for what is it is being sold, but also some of the pre-production decision making also in the hands of women who are involved in the production activities. Um, in addition to the examples that I shared, it is important that we also look at how farming is now not only an activity that has been traditionally done by a household, but how can we really look at challenging the farming ecosystems to become a, a sustainable agri production system that is equivalent to a private sector or a business opportunity. And this is where there is opportunities for youth and for opportunities for younger generation to really look at in terms of how can farming be made profitable and into a profitable venture. Moving on to the second question that Nina actually shared, which is something that is close to what I work on, is how do you make sure that there is an enabling environment for both the public and private sector to contribute to the resilience in the ecosystem. Now, this is where there are lots of challenges, but also lots of opportunities, particularly when we talk about agricultural value chains. For example, if we talk about initiatives like GeoClan or some of the larger initiatives that are mainly led by several developed countries, often they tend to be focused on 2 or 3 crops and monitor the production and the price ecosystem of these crops in the global economic outlook. What we do not understand is that these 3 crops are critical, but there are several others whose data is not captured real time and is allowing policymakers to take a decision on what happens to the production ecosystem and what needs to happen in the production ecosystem, both in terms of managing the risk and the price volatility that is being experienced that. So, for example, even in several countries in South Asia, we do not have reliable data sets that talk about the real production of horticultural crops that can actually break it up by different crops, and also in terms of what is the production versus consumption, the import export, all of that. They do not exist in actual real-time data that will allow policymakers to really take some of those decisions when it comes to resilience. And often these are types of data sets that don't only inform the policymakers, but they also are informing the choices that the end consumer is having and the price volatility that we are experiencing thereof. And for these, it is important that we look at from the policy ecosystem, how can we provide both real-time, reliable data that is looking at both the food production forecasting, but also forecasting what price volatility that we are looking at from the current standpoint or the year that we are looking at, and how can the policymakers make appropriate shifts or changes in the ecosystem accordingly. When we talk about from the food systems, from the nutrition security, again, we tend to be focused on a small subset of cereal crops, but we often tend to neglect, pulses, oilseeds, fruits and vegetables, dairy, poultry, and several others. And this ecosystem, it is critical that we don't only focus on a few or a handful, but we look at those in the entirety of the ecosystem. And I feel that resilience is often offered at a household level by diversity. And if a household is able to really diversify its risks across different crops in a growing year, we are not only talking about resilience in the household, but also in the economy to grow with. Because if there is one crop that is failing due to climate change or due to unpredictable climate conditions, how can we really look at literally buffering and bolstering the production of another crop for which probably the conditions was more favorable, but have that resilient systems built in. And when we talk about an entire value chain, I think it's important that we don't see each and individual commodity value chain in isolation. We have to look at interaction of the value chain with others, and it is critical when we understand this both from the data play, but also in terms of forecasting models. How can we really build these type of interactive tool that is available for policymakers, but also for the private sector to be more predictable, and also in terms of price forecasting models that can be more realistic, and rather than just being a pure modeling exercise. So I'll pause here, but happy to delve deep into these issues further in the panel. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks, Shrivali. I think you raised a couple of really great points there. I often kind of field thanks, Shrivali, or the farmer and their cattle, but I don't think farmers actually think about just their rice field or their cattle. I think they think about their farm, right? And I think that's a really good point. And then I love the couple of recommendations that you made around data sets that are not yet available, especially in South Asia, and the ability to build those data sets to better inform policy. So thank you for that. I'm hoping we can pick that back up in the discussion afterwards. So our third panelist today is Dr. Ben Belton. I know that you have heard from him already in the earlier session, but I'm really pleased to welcome him back to the stage. Dr. Belton is a research fellow with IFPRI. And Dr. Belton, Ben, I'm just going to invite you to take the floor and share your comments with us.
Thank you, Tamina. So hello again, talking this time about shocks, adaptations, and resilience in agri-food value chains. And so I'm going to be talking mainly about two sets of shocks, the first being COVID-19, the second being the impacts of the war in Ukraine. So thinking back to 2020, you'll remember that in many countries, initial stringent lockdown regulations temporarily disrupted food supply chains through restrictions on movement, mobility, opening hours, and so on. But there were very quick policy corrections in most cases, such as opening up green channels for transport of food and agricultural inputs. And so as a result, the challenges that were faced by businesses in agri-food value chains evolved over the course of the pandemic, first from the mobility restrictions to a period of low demand where the economic downturn depressed demand, particularly for higher value agricultural crops. And then as time went on, input prices started to rise. And so we had this squeeze with low demand but higher production costs. And that sort of bled into the later crisis with prices with Ukraine. And then in 2022, in most places, we had at least partial recovery. So observing what's played out in these value chains in many different countries, we see two broad sets of adaptations that were taken by businesses. So the first most common set is what you could call short-term coping strategies. So this is things like temporarily pausing business activities, minimizing operating costs, for instance, by employing fewer staff, drawing down personal savings to keep the business running or borrowing. So this is actions to keep the business functioning in the present in some form. Slightly less common are longer term, more proactive adaptations or pivots, as they're sometimes referred to. And so perhaps the most significant of these has been the adoption of digital technologies, which I'll talk more about in a second. Also, we see operational diversification in some cases. So for instance, farms starting to sell directly to consumers rather than to traders, so reshaping the value chain. We see shifts to more labor-saving technology in some instances, and sometimes increasing use of contracts to reduce risk and uncertainty. And overall, we generally tend to see that larger businesses had greater adaptive capacity than smaller ones by virtue of having access to more resources, but still some smaller businesses were able to pivot too. So one of the most significant changes, as I've said, was this accelerated diffusion of food e-commerce. So already in 2019, in many countries, food e-commerce was expanding quite rapidly, but moving into 2020, this really accelerated the diffusion very rapidly as the convenience of not having to interact face-to-face, being able to order things online, reducing the need for mobility, really came into their own. And so in many different countries, including India, as you can see here, there was this huge acceleration of the growth of e-commerce in general and for food in particular. And so this is illustrated in a few pictures here. I took these in a recent visit to India. On the left and at the top, you can see these are small retail stalls, and all of them have these QR codes, so they're accepting payment for mobile money, even these very small informal shops, and this has grown extremely rapidly. In the middle, we have a very successful business in Kerala, which is selling fish and meat online. So it diversified into this during the pandemic. As you can see, it has its own app, and it's doing well, providing this sort of convenient service to consumers. And it's been facilitated by the concurrent growth of all of these specialized logistics services. As you can see in the image on the right, this is a Zomato food delivery driver. So this is co-pivoting by these two different segments of the value chain to really accelerate the diffusion of e-commerce. So moving on to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, as you're well aware, and as you can see from the graph on the right, from April 2021 to April 2022, fertilizer prices increased by around 200%. Wheat prices were up around 100% in that time. Since the opening of the grain corridor, they declined somewhat, but still in April 2023, they remain 90% higher than they were 3 years ago. And so this is sort of contributing to longer term volatility, high energy prices, all associated with the war, adding to this issue, as are high international shipping costs, which are actually partly related to sort of backlogs from COVID. And so the outcomes of this are globally, we're seeing food price inflation. And so for lower income consumers, this is certainly driving a shift towards consumption of less diverse, less nutritious diets. In agriculture, in some cases, we see lower fertilizer use and therefore yields as a result of higher fertilizer prices. Actually, there's somewhat of a silver lining in that higher fertilizer prices tend to have been offset by higher crop prices, and so farmers have not actually suffered too much in many cases. But we've seen that these sort of successive progression of crises can really amplify one another. So another example from Myanmar, where we have a particularly severe case of COVID-19 outbreak at the same time as the political turmoil associated with the coup, the conflicts that have arisen from that, and compounded by these price spikes, which have resulted in huge declines in welfare. An estimated 60% of the population now in poverty there. And of course, there's potential for further amplification of this instability, volatility in many places due to climate shocks, particularly as we move into an El Nino period. So to conclude, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, agri-food value chains actually proved to be surprisingly resilient to shocks, although in ways that are quite diverse and contextually specific. So actors in these value chains were very rapidly able to, in many cases, identify workarounds and continue operating. But a really key lesson from that experience was that it's essential to allow private trading and the logistics services that they depend on to continue operating in order for these value chains to continue functioning well. Another really key lesson is the need to avoid restrictive trade policies for food in response to crises. And this is really the key takeaway from the 2008 food crisis, but it's very clearly relevant today. Another important point is that the kinds of investments that are important for helping agri-food value chains function well under normal circumstances, so investments in infrastructure like roads, electricity markets, as well as logistics, flexible policy environments, all of those things also make those value chains more resilient during periods of crisis. And then finally, as we've already heard from two of the previous speakers, high-frequency monitoring of prices and volumes of commodities and inputs that are being produced and traded can be really important. Having these systems already in place can help us to track the impacts of shocks as they start to emerge and to target assistance accordingly. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. That's a fantastic summary. I appreciated the points you were making around the value of labor-saving technologies and the ability of entrepreneurs and farmers to sort of use that technology to leapfrog. I'm curious to hear from you about the ability of that to be applied. Was it able to be applied equally and taken advantage of equally by young entrepreneurs, by female entrepreneurs?
Okay, I'll step in here. I will just introduce the next speaker, and then, sorry, I'm dropping my pages here. I can ask my neighbor, Dr. Devendra Gauchan, to deliver the next speech, the next set of comments, please.
So, okay, respected chairs, co-chairs, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I'll be presenting briefly on agri-food value chain building resilience to food system in Nepal. So okay, thank you. I'm tall now, okay. So, so focus of my presentation will be based on more on Nepal data. We have I have tried to present some of the evidences, how the multiple shocks like COVID, climate change, or conflict in Ukraine have impacted on agri-food value chains in Nepal. So, well, agri-food value chain also is very, similar to many other South Asian countries and developing countries. So let me just briefly present about major constraints and issues of agri-food value chains. So the major issue is Nepal is weak and fragmented value chains. We hear a lot of recent news about throwing of tomatoes because there is a poor connections and coordinations between producers and other value chain actors like traders, processors, and consumers. And the second issue is high transaction cost in aggregation, distributions, and marketing of agri-food products because of small-scale scattered productions and also highly perishability and bulky nature of agricultural food products. And the other third constraint issue is low value addition in agriculture. There's very limited, linkage with agri-industries. So our national agriculture output, value-added output is only 20% of the total, in national context. And also there's a mismatch in demand and supply of agricultural food products there is a high demand, for example, there is a high demand of fine rice among consumers, but we are producing more on coarse or medium type. So, very limited production of rice. That is an example. And also, there is a lack of awareness of the nutrition value of local food products, native products, nutrition value. So that's why the farmers are producing in the remote areas and we are not getting in the market, despite they have a high market price. And also low use of modern science and business innovations in building resilient food systems. So our technology use, modern technological use in the food production is also processing and storage and marketing is very low. We lack in a new technology and innovation, not only technological innovations, but also digital and institutional innovation in food systems. So I'm trying to present, the major multiple shocks we have observed in Nepal. I think it is similar to in South Asia and globally. And what I like to say that there are three major shocks, what we call 3C crises: climate, COVID-19 crisis, climate change, and conflict. Conflict in Russia and Ukraine war, okay? So impacting here in Nepal and South Asia. So the impact of COVID-19 was observed more severe in 2020 and also in 21 because of the severe lockdown in Nepal, and also maybe in India and other countries, and 21 has more second infections, And climate change impact was more severe in 2021, particularly because of the post-monsoon, flooding due to extreme rainfall in Western Tarai, and also in the monsoon season in Melamchi and other, Manang area of, flooding in Nepal. And also conflict, the impact of Russia-Ukraine conflict was more observed since last year after February, of course. And these all three multiple shocks have triggered 5F crisis, what we call food, fuel, fertilizer, feed, and financial crisis. And of course, these crises have, affected agri-food value chain and also food system in Nepal. And I think this is also similar to other countries. If you see the inflation's last 10 years data, this is an example of GDP growth rate. Of course, GDP and agriculture GDP growth rate for the last 10 years, if you see the trend, we had major shocks due to mega earthquake in 2015-16. So after that, we had a very good, growth rate in GDP and AGDP. But if we take a, baseline as 2019, so before this COVID crisis and conflict, 2019 we had a very good. After that, see we have a, very high declining growth of non-agricultural GDP, overall GDP, but slight decline in GDP. Okay, agriculture GDP, slight decline, positive, but steady. So we have hovering around 2 to 3%. So it indicates that, agriculture is relatively resilient compared to non-agricultural sector. What I want to show from this GDP growth data, if you see the inflation, these are inflation on food. Food inflation and non-food inflations are major indicators of, crisis. So if you see the 2020, we had a severe, food inflations because of COVID impact. And in 21, we had a less, but in 22, we observed very high inflation also, over 7%, because of the compounding crisis. The major impacting factor was the Russia-Ukraine war, because of supply cost, rise of food price, so on. So this is just indicator how impacting. One of the major impact, climate change impact we observed was in 2021 post-monsoon floods, because because of extreme rain that damaged flooding. We had a severe flooding in Western Tarai, which damaged thousands of more than 100,000 of hectares of rice area, and impacting loss of around 12 billion Nepalese rupees, which was almost 1% of the total rice output in the country. So, and this occurred because because of the climate change impact, but we could not minimize that impact of this event to the farmers and communities because of the inadequate early warning systems, and lack of drying and drainage technology for during rice harvesting. I think these are the major issues we have to learn in the future developing innovations, and also lack of crop insurance for farmers to claim for compensations, because farmers had to suffer, particularly small farmers. They did not have insurance schemes and they had to suffer. So if you see the effect of natural disaster, this could be both climate-induced and other. Over the last 10 years, the disaster is increasing, particularly in 2021-22 is very high, particularly if you see total area under disaster area is more than 200,000 hectares. And particularly out of that, half of the area damage was because of rice, which I already mentioned, because of the post-monsoon rice flooding damage. So this indicates that incidence of climate change and other disaster is increasing recently. And what is aggregate? Just I would like to briefly present the aggregate impact. Of course, this is very well known to all of you that restricted supply constraints and availability of the inputs and food because of the global supply constraints and high price of fertilizer. We have a chronic supply constraint for fertilizer, and government had to spend a lot of huge budget allocations for fertilizer because of international increase of the price in fertilizers and other factors. And particularly price of food and fertilizers increased more than 30%, some cases even 60, 70%. And the food price was more severe, impact of food price was more severe, negatively impacting particularly remote mountain areas, particularly Karnali province. Even, more than even 60, 70% of the food price was increased during this period. And so the already chronically vulnerable food insecure areas were more impacted by these shocks, these multiple shocks. And moreover, recently we are observing the, because of this aggregate impact of multiple shocks, COVID, climate change, and conflict, the agribusiness, particularly small, medium enterprises are suffering now. They have to lose a lot of business operations. The cost of production and marketing has been very high, and access to finance, cost of access to finance has increased so high. We have because of the high interest, bank interest rate, credit interest rate, and liquidity crisis in the banks. So the small, medium enterprises cannot run business. They have to lose their business because of the double-digit interest rate, and because of the financial and crisis, food crisis. Let me just put the strategy for building resilience from shocks and stresses. So I have put 4 key strategies: social, economic, technical, and environmental strategies to address these shocks. One is the first is social protection safety net policies. Of course, this is very well known because social safety net, particularly emergency food relief aid program and government procurement, food reserves, and community seed banks and so on can help. Community food grain banks can help very high, impacting positively, including insurance programs. So we have economic, for strategy for economic development, market policies. Here, the policies supporting value chain, integrated value chain, market and trade policies, tariff policies can support, including increasing access to easy and available credit facilities, can help to run small scale food business and food production sectors. And environmental policy, we can think of disaster risk reduction policies, particularly in addressing the climate change adaptation mitigation, mapping risks, monitoring risks of the climate and other disease and pest. And technology and innovation, of course, these are very important because unless we have a new modern technologies, digital innovations, institutional innovation, and business innovation, we cannot address, this burning crisis of the, this food shocks impacting food systems. And we can the new technologies like hybrid, biotechnological, and other nano-nuclear technology can help on these sectors. So I'd like to focus finally on resilient. We need to focus on resilient food system. For that, we need a nature positive, nutrition sensitive, inclusive, and sustainable food value chain development. Here, inclusive means in terms of gender, geography, and generations, and for sustainable in terms of economic, social, and environmental. So finally, I'd like to conclude and that we must be prepared to build resilient food systems before the next crisis comes. Because we may have a next crisis anytime in the future. For that, we need to prepare. For that, we need expansion, integrations, and diversification of value chains, because value chains are poorly connected to improve resilience, and also strengthening social safety net programs. Okay? So that we can have advanced preparation, early warning, and early actions to mitigate and predict and solve those crises. And investment, the most important is investment in research and innovation, research and development, including extension services for early warning and all the technologies and so on for improving productivity, efficiency, and resiliency of the food value chains. And finally, the most important part is enabling policy for market regulation, because the food prices have risen, but there is no very good market regulations and monitoring mechanisms to address and control that. And also we need innovative business innovations and trade facilitation, particularly with neighboring countries, because we had a severe some restriction ban on rice and wheat in the last year. I think there was some negotiation, and trade facilitation is very important to solve our food crisis and rising inflations, market instability, and price volatility. And also there's a need of incentives for producers, entrepreneurs, and service providers to make a food system more resilient and sustainable. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Devendra. I really appreciated your comments and the points that you made here. Folks, we are running a little bit past time, and I apologize for that. I hope that you'll indulge us for another 15 minutes or so. We've got one more speaker and then a wrap up by Yo. So at this point, I'd like to invite Dr. Peter Crawford to make his comments. Peter, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers. And they say in Africa, all protocols observed. So I want to talk a little bit really about monitoring and data systems, and something we've been doing in India, Bangladesh, and Nepal called the Landscape Crop Assessment System. I wish I worked in the landscape behind us, beautiful Nepal, but most of our work is down in the Terai and the lowlands. So we've been doing this large-scale survey system for a number of years, also started it in Africa before this. We call it a landscape crop assessment. I think it's just an exemplar about collecting data at scale. S.Asia is the Serial Systems Initiative for South Asia, a project funded by USAID and Bill and Melinda Gates since 2009. And as you can see there, we've probably got about 50,000 samples from rice wheat systems. These are pretty much the same survey instrument, same questions that we ask. The real power of big data comes from having common surveys. Really important point. We do this with the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, and we and they hope that actually this kind of survey system will become part of the KVK system. So the KVK, the Indian Farm Center system, there's one in every district, in some districts too. So pretty big system involved in extension across India that has the capacity to collect significant amounts of real-time data. These are digital surveys, and we're in the process of trying to modularize them to shorter surveys. I think importantly, an aid memoir for myself, often we collect data, numbers, but actually it's really important also to understand why. Why do people make decisions? What are the constraints? And that's actually much harder in large-scale surveys. You can't ask open-ended questions. You've got to have very good enumeration. And just by way of advertisement, you will find the vast majority of data we've collected from these surveys either on Dataverse or on ICAR's portal. I won't spend a lot of time on this. So survey design, many of you have done it. What really matters is being very clear about what is the solution or what are the problems you're trying to ask questions about, and being very precise, very critical about how you ask those questions. But I think, and as I think co-chair mentioned at the start, and Shrivali also said, we know that we have a shortage of data. Often we have a shortage of real-time data. So there is a gap that we need to fill. Some of the things that we're interested in from surveys, as you can see there, adoption, scaling, targeting, users, and also learning from farmers. And the graph on the right-hand side, the spatial figure, just the top one very quickly. We asked farmers, what are your major weed problems? Mostly in the West, it's a weed called Phalaris minor, actually a very significant problem in Punjab and Haryana for wheat. And I would say that is spreading eastwards with intensification and possibly just seed carrying. So these are future problems that you can begin to identify. I think also, what do we do with this data? We talk a lot about big data today. 20,000 surveys is not big data in many people's terms, but I think for us in agriculture, field-based research, it is. We can use that data to identify priorities. We can get new insights. We hear a lot about machine learning, but I think it does actually genuinely offer us the opportunity to learn more from big data. We can ask what-if questions. So if you have data at scale that is spatially representative, you can combine that with a lot of other Earth observation, a very large number of representative samples done across social sciences, population, many, many countries. So there are opportunities to really add value. I think, as other people have said previously, this is about rapid evidence generation, decision-making, really what we're trying to do. And the figure on the right is just a very simple one, continuing the theme of weeds. But we can use information about what farmers do, about yields, about what we know about responses to weeding, to essentially estimate where you would get gains in yield, more important, where you would get gains in profitability. I think this is a very important point that a lot of the time as physical scientists, biophysical scientists, we're interested in understanding what determines yield. Sometimes we measure profit. We have not actually done enough around ex-ante and spatial economic modeling. Because in the end, if I go to see the permanent secretary in Bihar, he wants to give him the value proposition about why the government should invest in A versus B. Or the government might say, where should I invest in A? We need to combine what we know biophysically with economic. And this is my last slide. I also just want to make a number of points generally. So surveys shouldn't be seen as standalone things. They have to be seen as part of an integrated system, uses that survey data and builds on it. In India, we see this as a combination of surveys, convergence processes, essentially looking at those sort of results with stakeholders, but also linking it to generating evidence on farm. So what works, sending it back to farm to test ideas, then putting this forward into policy and decision making. This is really the kind of system that we talk to IFPRI about, trying to develop going forward. There are a number of really, I think, important lessons from this, but one is really have to be ruthless about survey design, particularly if you want to do it at scale. There has to be governance that is capable of making a decision. The one thing you can't do is have a different survey in every. So you've got to be pretty tough around that decision-making process. I think you also have to think about essentially investing in this in terms of making it institutional and professional enumeration. Survey design is absolutely vital, but so is enumeration and supervision, especially if you want that data to be rapidly made available, because you've got to essentially manage it, data management processes, clean it automatically, spit it out very, very quickly. I think really we have to think of surveys in this way. Many countries do many, many surveys. There are many crop cuts done, for example, in Monaco. So there are opportunities, I think, to bring surveys together. There are also opportunities to look at how you just add a few more questions from somebody else's discipline that can really allow you to, whether it's about nutrition, whether it's about risk, whether it's about economics. So I think there is a big future in this, but we really have to invest in it. We have to stick to a very firm set of principles. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Peter. That was fantastic. At this point, I'm going to hand it over to my co-chair, to Yo. Yo, would you like to close us off with your comments and reflections? And I'll hand it back over to you.
Thank you very much, Timina. This was impressive from your side. I mean, I thought this would be a big challenge doing this from distance to moderate a session here and moderate the panel. I think you've done an exquisite job. It was fantastic, both in terms of the introduction of positioning the issue and of keeping all our panel members on time and focused on the issue. So I'm going to have a couple of reflections here, basically putting it in a bit of a broader perspective and referring to clearly some of the points which have been made. I think value chains, when we think about value chains is really important when in what we are thinking about here, because they effectively link the producers and the consumers. I mean, very few farmers sell their products to consumers, actually. You may have it in villages or on some new farmers markets in rich countries. But most of the cases, by far the dominant form is your consumer as a farmer is the trader or the food processor, not the household, and vice versa. So you have traders, retailers, their consumer, they are the producers of a product as well, and they sell to the household. So it's really the link between those two, which is very important. Now, the nature of the commodity is going to matter tremendously in terms of how these value chains are organized. So if you have perishable products, for example, you need cold chains, so you need somehow to make sure that the perishing is not happening, right? While if you have non-perishable product, the value chain will typically look very different. Where you have large local value chains, global value chains, the nature of the technology that is used, whether it's capital intensive or labor intensive, typically will depend on the availability of these typical basically inputs that we have, and therefore heterogeneity is really the norm when you think about value chain. Okay? And that also means that if we have to think about solutions of making them better, that we have to think of there's no one solution fits all. Now these are important. If you look at consumer spending, right, then basically the share, if the consumer spends $1, then how much of that goes to the farmer? And in rich countries, it's 15 cents. So only 15% of that 10 to 15% goes to the farmers. All the rest is somewhere else in the value chain. In the poorest country, it's around 50%. But even in lower middle income countries like India, China, etc., Brazil, I mean, we're about 30%. So that means even there, between 50 and 70% of consumer spending is not going to the farmer. And so that, of course, makes it a very important sector, and this grows in importance if we have economic development. And so it's really important in terms of job creation, in terms of, and also the attractiveness. We talked about youth, keeping youth into the agriculture, but I think keeping youth into the food system is actually a better way of looking at it, because a lot of the interesting jobs also in terms of technology are not necessarily at the farm level, but on a whole bunch of SMEs often, which are working with the farms. The role of women has been emphasized by several of the speakers. I think it's a really important element, obviously, but it varies a lot between countries and between value chains. We just had a discussion last week about, in some countries, some of the retailing is very much dominated by women. In other countries, it's completely dominated by men. So there's a lot of cultural factors and history which plays a role. The issue of data came up by several of the speakers. The fact that this is a heterogeneity structure also means it's hard to collect data. So this heterogeneity both in vertical, depending on how many steps you have between the farmer and the consumer, or between basically whether there's large farms, large companies, small companies, etc. And so although we typically focus on big companies, mega companies, which play a role, even in rich countries, like in the EU, 80% of the food companies are SMEs, or small and medium companies, and I'm sure that in many developing countries that's the same. Policy is important, obviously. Temina referred to this. It's important in a number of ways. The one is obviously there's a lot of private sector investments that are needed throughout the value chains to have efficient value chains. Okay? And for that to work, for these companies to come in and make this investment, you have to have an economic environment which makes this attractive and makes this feasible and makes it stable in terms of inducing these investments. Regulations are important. They're important. They are there in all the countries in the world have regulations. They're often there to correct for market failures. They may there be to provide information, use information problems. But there's a lot of regulations which can facilitate value chain development. There's also a lot of regulations which can make it not work, which is hindering value chain development, which is complicating it. And we have lots of examples in the real world where from the bad side and from the good side, if you want. In terms of resilience, this is obviously the focus of what we're talking about here today as well. We have learned from COVID-19, that's where we have the best information because it's longer. Actually, when we initially, I remember very vividly in early 2020, there was like a lot of media attention. We as well said, these value chains are breaking down, this is terrible, etc. It turns out, looking back, that these value chains have been much more resilient than we anticipated. There has been all kinds of problems with them, not diminishing that, but we've also here heard several of the speakers saying there's been massive innovation in the value chain to deal with the problems. And so these innovations have gone in terms of organizational innovations. For example, school feeding programs, okay? They are basically, it's public innovations where local villages, NGOs, parent organizations got together and say, okay, how can we make this work even if kids cannot go to school anymore? In terms of private sector innovations, there's a lot of reorganization, also a lot of technological innovation. Several speakers have pointed out the growth of e-commerce, of digital innovations that have grown tremendously over the last 2 years, and that is here to last. They will not go back. And so it's not surprising with COVID-19. You switch from a factor, labor, which was very much affected by COVID-19, to technology, to capital investment, which was less affected. I think a very big thing we've learned there, and I think that is also now with climate and with the other shocks that we've seen, is risk mitigation in terms of organizational structure. If you are in a country like Egypt, for example, where your staple food, 80% of it is imported from 1 or 2 countries, you are vulnerable if anything happens in that country, right? And so I think this holds in general if we think about key commodities, if you have to diversify your supply chains, both in terms of technology and sourcing, where it comes from, etc., in order to be much more resilient. And I think the lessons we learned there, the innovations that I've done there are helping us now. Let me then just end by a more general information. If you look at the value chain, basically there is a flow. Typically we think about the flow of the product, which goes from the farmer to the processors, to the retailer, to the consumer. But there's a lot of things going the other way, which is, first one is finance, okay? Consumer paying and may end up with the farmer, sometimes it doesn't. Information flows go both ways, okay, in terms of what's the consumer preference, or what are the food regulations in the consumer side. At the same time, the farmer has to guarantee the safety of the product, the quality of the product, and increasingly how it's being produced, whether you use child labor, for example, probably not. And now increasing, I think, sustainability. And this will be very important going forwards in terms of all the points which the last speakers have brought up, to guarantee that the way you produce it is going to affect whether the consumer wants to purchase it or not. And I think there, in that area, we have to, so this is the challenge side, but the opportunity is also there. That means we can restructure these value chains in order to achieve our objectives in terms of sustainability, in terms of more inclusive ones, so that the incomes are better distributed along the value chains, and in terms of sustainability and resilience going forward. I could go on and on this like that, but I see people waving that I'm talking too long here, so I'm going to end with this, and I'm happy to continue talking, because the interesting part of it, this is also the data collection, a lot of it is stories, okay? Because it doesn't come out of the statistics. We don't have good statistics. It's like, how is it organized there, and how is it organized there? And we have to tell these stories to learn from each other what works well and what doesn't work. Okay, I'll end here.
Thanks, Yo. I wasn't quite sure how you were going to do such a great summation, but that's a fantastic summation. Maybe if I could just take a moment and on behalf of Yo and myself, just thank our speakers for really, really interesting topics and putting those topics out there so fantastically. And just thank our audience for being such a great audience. You've all been fantastic. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
A big thank you to our panel and chairs for the very interesting panel discussion and for highlighting the significance of robust and adaptive agricultural value chains in creating sustainable and inclusive food systems that can effectively respond to global challenges and ensure food security for all. We will now be taking a quick break of 15 minutes and reconvening for the last panel discussion of the day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And you can bring your tea inside the room after 10 minutes. I also thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being a wonderful audience. And I also strongly recommend you to stay till the last panel discussion. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
I request everyone to please come back to the hall.
Recording in progress.
If everyone could please be seated, I'd start the session then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The last panel discussion for the day is on crisis resilience, humanitarian response, and anticipatory action. For this, I invite onto the stage our chair for the discussion, Dr. Tayan Raj Gurung, Specialist, National Service Project, His Majesty's Secretariat, Bhutan. Mr. Gurung has done extensive research in natural resources management with the National Soil Service in Bhutan. Currently, he serves the Ministry of Agriculture in Thimphu as an advisor. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Siddharth Chaturvedi, Senior Program Officer, Agriculture Development Asia, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, onto the stage. Prior to this, Mr. Chaturvedi was a consultant at the World Bank. He was also a Senior Program Officer at the Tata Cornell Institute. Mr. Chaturvedi has over 12 years of professional work experience across the public and private sector, startups, and multilateral organizations. He is passionate about social innovations and is skilled at project planning and management and business strategy. I now invite Dr. Anjani Kumar, Senior Research Fellow at International Food Policy Research Institute, to the stage. Dr. Kumar has over 23 years of research experience in analytical and policy research. His areas of interest are rural poverty, food and nutrition security, agricultural diversification, agricultural productivity, impact assessment, and value chain analysis. Lastly, I invite onto the stage Dr. Aminath Shafia, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Fisheries, Marine Resources and Agriculture, Government of Maldives. Dr. Shafia first joined the Ministry of Agriculture and continued working in the ministry, which led her to strategic engagement in emerging issues of climate change and food systems management. With 25 years of experience, she has extensive knowledge in agriculture policy, planning, and management. Over to you, Dr. Gurung. The panel is yours for 1 hour, sir.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much to the IFPRI management for inviting us in the panel. Unfortunately, we are the last from the day's program. Sorry to the participants because we are making you to stay overtime. Coming to the agenda of the discussion, that is crisis resilience, humanitarian response, and anticipatory actions. Actually, you have heard enough the details in the earlier sessions and also in the morning, the inaugural sessions. However, I think to put the context right, let me give you some details so that our panelists also tune themselves to the agenda that we are going to discuss, and also to the participants that we provide you, and details, therefore, the discussions will be to your thought line. If you look at the past, it's very interesting. As Dr. Rashid, the director of IFPRI-South Asia, said, there are good things in the bad that happened in the region. But if you look at the situation driven by the protracted conflict in the world, the weather extremes, the pandemic, the economic shocks that was presented by a colleague from WFP, I think the health, the safety, the well-being of humanity is really in threat in the present world now. And sadly, it is at the most costliest situation that we are in. To give you some detail, probably I'll provide you one or two details. For instance, in 2020, the world has spent roughly $258 billion to address the weather victims, or the people affected by the weather impacts. And this has been so high that it was roughly around 45% higher than the last 2 decades. So this is the situation. We're spending more now on the humanitarian responses of the crisis. Similarly, in 2022, for example, there were 222 million people from 45 countries who were experiencing extreme hunger. This is the report reported by WFP and FAO. So see, and this was the highest in the last 7 years. So we're really in a bad situation. Now, thirdly, most recent, in fact, the United Nations reported in their 2023 outlook that there are 339 million people in 65 countries who need humanitarian assistance. So this is where we are. I think we really are in a trap where we need to spend more, so much more, to in fact protect the humanity. So therefore, these extreme events or situations that we are in probably is a wake-up call to all of us. And also, it's a reminder to us, and it was already said by the earlier panels, that our systems are very fragile, and also there are dysfunctions in our systems. By system, I mean here, it's not only the food system, but also the governance system, the social system, and the structure, the geopolitical system doesn't seem to be working. Something is wrong somewhere. Therefore, probably, as per the report that was highlighted in the morning, the launch report, that is 2023 Global Food Policy Report, precisely highlights the situation we are in. Particularly in chapter 3, it explains how the humanitarian responses are happening in the world. All these responses are very reactive. We're only doing things after things happen. We don't prepare the people, the community, the society for the consequences that's going to be faced. Despite the data systems that we have, it doesn't work. So probably this panel we have here, distinguished speakers who will really delve in details or in depth to present their perspective on the issue of humanitarian crisis and how we deal through an anticipatory approaches. So now I will invite the speaker in sequence. Yeah? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dayan sir. this is a very tough spot to be in, talking about, anticipatory action, crisis, from the lens of food systems, and after such a discussion that we had previously on value chains. So I'll try my best to address the whole point around humanitarian response and anticipatory action. We'll try to touch upon pieces that the foundation, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation that I'm representing, the kind of work we are doing. But I would also like to say something on a personal note, that outside of COVID-19, we have essentially been moving from crisis to crisis. And it's climate crisis, it's weather crisis, if nothing, it's a political crisis, which we've seen very specifically in South Asia in terms of disasters. So crisis management and anticipatory action does become a very, very key aspect. And we wouldn't want people to basically suffer because of lack of food, that's the food security, or suffer because lack of nutrition, that's nutrition security. And of course, we hope that enough health services are provided. And that's where the initiatives around One Health that are picking up steam after COVID. From a policy standpoint, the first thing I would like to mention is in the morning, Professor P.K. Joshi mentioned about a global policy forum or a global forum around food security. And there is a small effort that the foundation is making in terms of a local or a South Asia food system forum, which is called as Sapling, wherein we have 5 participating countries. The difficult part therein is of connecting country priorities to the regional priorities. And at the same time, also seeing what is the value that Sapling is adding in the whole piece, wherein there are so many forums and so many discussions already happening. What we are trying to do, although, is to have a policy push and not a program push towards ensuring food and nutrition security in the region. And again, this is not an anticipatory action, but it's an effort which comes in anticipation for other countries. So for example, whatever has worked in India from a policy standpoint may be shared with the neighboring countries and vice versa. The vice versa is tougher than part 1, wherein India is exporting some of its knowledge, but the acceptance is a bit of a challenge. There's a lot that the country can learn. Then in the morning, since morning, there has been talk around shared learning or shared innovations and a platform where all of this people can absorb and take it up. Now, through the day, we have been talking about innovations, technologies, innovations and technologies. And just sitting in the audience, one of the recommendations I had for the organizers here, because GFPR is one report that everybody looks forward to, if we could also have a discussion around innovations in the region or global innovations from next time onwards, possibly also showcase some of the innovations. It could be process innovations, it could be product innovations. And the second aspect is the involvement of private sector, which again has been spoken about through the day, but the representation has been very low. So when we are talking of public-private academic partnership, we need to bring in private sector and not the foundations. The pure play private sector has to start playing a role. Some years back, I was listening to again Professor P.K. Joshi, and he mentioned farmers are not just providers or producers, they're also consumers. And that is again a lens we need to start looking at when we are thinking in terms of anticipatory action. So if you look at the work that we are doing in Bangladesh, there's a twofold work we are trying to do. One is from a policy standpoint, wherein we can help the country envision some of the programs and policies that can make it nutrition sensitive, also address the food security goals, also address some of the employment goals that the country has in the larger 2100 plan. At the same time, we are also trying to work with the farmers on seeing how climate smart technology can become more affordable. The challenge we are trying to take on ourselves is whether technology can mean mechanization and not just digitization. Because nowadays, whenever we think of technology, we think of an app or an advisory that the farmer needs. We generally don't think of mechanization like a simple low-cost oil mill that can help them increase their livelihoods, therefore their resilience. And therefore, perhaps they can become more adaptive to the changing climate. My colleague Shivali recently, before this panel, spoke about how evidence-based policy making is something we are working on. Now, whether this becomes, again, an anticipatory action for human crisis, I'm not very sure. But the idea is that if there is enough evidence available to policymakers, perhaps they will take right decisions which are more, which is basically based on more foresight rather than looking at the trends of the past, because the evidence that is presented is also in a bounded rationality of the surveys that we do and how we interpret the data. And the policymakers obviously have access to more than the evidence that is presented. So the idea therein is, can we present in a simplistic manner enough amount of data and enough amount of analysis for them to be able to take it up and take the right kind of decisions? One of the solutions that the foundation is trying to come up is also around predictive analytics. And one of the use cases of predictive analytics is an adaptation atlas, of which we have a sub-Saharan Africa instance already. Now, this adaptation atlas essentially highlights the risks based on the exposure of the farmer, the hazards that are there in the agroclimatic regions, and the adaptive capacity of those individual farmers. But what we want to envision is that this is an open source platform that can bring players together, and we look at it more from a solution stack. That if there is an issue, then what could be the possible solutions? If these are the possible solutions, who could be the providers of these solutions? And if there are certain solution providers, what could be the ROI if you have to make the solution affordable? So that's an effort that we are trying to do when it comes to climate adaptation in the South Asia region. Recently, this is led by the Borlaug Institute in India, and we had participation from various countries in the region. We had Nepal, we had Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Bangladesh. We had representatives from everywhere, but the challenge is that there are individual initiatives already happening, and how does that pool in? Another policy instrument that, you want me to curtail? Okay, very quickly, there's a Seeds Without Borders that we are supporting from the International Rice Research Institute, which basically reduces the new varieties, the time it takes for the new varieties to reach the farmers. These are climate smart seeds, drought resistant, salinity resistant, flood resistant, and that again is an anticipatory action if you have to put it like that, but essentially looking at the resilience of the farmers. My only last submission would be that when we are looking at a policy outlook for the region or for the farmers, one of the things that Gauchanji mentioned in his previous discourse also was policy at large refers to the larger piece of people who are out there, like 80–90% of the people. But the most vulnerable and the most neglected are also neglected by the policy. So we need to be careful of how these policies are affecting the most vulnerable and perhaps start there and see if it can work its way up rather than looking at more of the impact numbers as to how many people it affects directly. So these are some of the contours from a policy standpoint. Again, Gurung sir, I'm not sure if I have been able to address the anticipatory part of it, but this is the best I could do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Siddharth. I think it's very interesting. I think he brought a very nice idea. You know, most of the time I use we because I'm part of it, like the researchers or professionals, we normally bring in an idea of technology and suddenly land up into only focusing on hardware technologies like machines. The nice thing that Siddharth brought in was the software part as a technology. And this literally comes from a concept of autonomous adaptations. Our farmers in the villages are operating in autonomous situations, adapting themselves, trying different things, and there are software ideas which is really working very nicely. And we as a scientists or researchers need to pick these ideas and also to scale up so that everyone benefits out of this technology. So this is one thing which he brought in. From the anticipatory concept, I think the predictive analytics, or otherwise normally we call it as a scenario-based foresighting or forward planning, is one way which we could integrate. And I will try to sum it up later when all three panelists will present their views. Thank you, Siddharth. And now we'll request Dr. Kamalji.
Should I do from here? Or? Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Dhyan. And I also join IFPRI to welcome you all to this panel session. And thanks to the audience for being with us at this time also. Crisis resilience. So first of all, resilience to my mind is that build that kind of capacity which does not disturb the long-term development goals. If there is a short-term shocks to the individuals or households or even country, that does not have long-lasting adverse impact on these groups. So, and then if they don't have long-lasting adverse impacts because of the short-term jerks or shocks, then we say that the country is resilient or household is resilient or community is resilient. So why do we talk about crisis resilience? This talk gained momentum over time, and there are several reasons, even in the inaugural session, Shahid has highlighted, and other speakers have also highlighted that extensity and intensity both have increased on all kind of calamities, natural calamities, disease outbreaks, and also conflicts kind of things. And South Asia, we all know that one of the most populous and fastest, until 2020, we were the fastest growing region in the world. So from that perspective also, and then we will touch upon that whether we are taking some actions, some humanitarian actions to avert or mitigate the crisis, and are we developing some effective anticipatory action plans. So I have just highlighted frequency of all kinds of weather events has increased over time if we look at long-term impacts, and also inter and intra conflicts, inter-country conflicts also, and within country also we see in India now we are witnessing in Manipur. So many, even till a few years ago, lot of political uncertainty, instability was there in this country where we are holding this panel discussions. And also frequency of outbreak of devastating diseases. COVID-19, we all memories are still fresh, but even before that, avian flu, swine flu, many kind of here and there, these kind of, and these triggered us to think how we should build the resilience in the system so that we have lesser, we can survive with better. And as mentioned, South Asia, because one of the most vulnerable region in terms of whether it is disease, whether it is climate, also the size of the population. We are quite big as a region, South Asia region. And also in spite of our economic progress over time, there is a persistence of food and nutrition insecurity, and that also poses a challenge. And also lot of disparities, class disparities, regional disparities, and are still there in terms of economics, in terms of social, and other indicators also. And unfortunately, there is a lack of integration of efforts within South Asia regions. We have not taken much initiatives to integrate our efforts all countries together. So coming to, are we taking humanitarian actions? Yes, we are taking many actions, and that some of the programs which are addressing the nutritional in India, ICDS, in Bangladesh also, maybe some other program. So there are several programs, even PDS, other kind of things. These are all humanitarian actions which we are taking to build the kind of resilience or to take care of the food crisis, and also promoting local procurement so that some resilience to the farming community, to the producers come, and strengthening local institutions also, a lot of involvement of NGOs, civil society organizations, and even Panchayati Raj systems. And we have a menu of social safety net programs in many countries, with some employment related, some food security related, and other old age pension, student fellowships. These kind of social safety nets are also there. So we are taking, but most of these are reactive kind of situations, not, we have not thought of long-term kind of that preemptive actions. So why we should develop effective anticipatory action plans, we are obvious. If we know the extent, if we have the system, we will be able to minimize the sufferings, human sufferings, and other kinds of livelihood disruptions will be less if we have built systems. And it will also save the response time and also the resources which are implied. If we react, then we need more resources because we don't have plan, we don't have procurement of materials, we don't have transportation arrangements, that kind of things. And also if we are having long-term kind of thinking or anticipatory action framework, these will also smoothen the funding arrangements because funding is always a kind of requirement. And I was just reading that against the global appeal of only 46% fund could be raised in 2022 to take care of these food crisis or the situations. But when we talk about anticipatory action plans, there are some prerequisites, but how we can plan. So there are, first of all, because if we want to take quick actions, so action will not happen automatic. So we need to identify some of the indicators, some of the triggers, or also the thresholds. So after this threshold, automatically the institutions, whether it is government organizations or national development agencies, they will come into action. So I think a robust set of indicators and triggers need to be identified. And also there must be clarity in roles and responsibilities for decision making and crisis response. Most of the countries, they have governance structure. We have federal and then provincial, then local governments. So it should also be, I think, demarcation of roles and responsibility. And according to that kind of framework, they can take, they decide, and they respond to the crisis. And also there is lack of studies, and there is not much evidence on that which kind of responses are more effective, more efficient in tackling those issues. So we need impact-based risk monitoring information services which can help. And also we need to identify, if we want to build anticipatory action framework, we need to identify available financial resources, whether it is domestic or international resources, and also what could be our resource mobilization strategy. I'm just giving one example. For example, in India, for road construction, they have road cess. For continuously investing in education, they have education cess. So can we, this could be one of the options. I'm not taking that food crisis access or something like that. So you build a consistent fund which can be used during the crisis period. There could be several other options to mobilize resources, but I think we need to think, because suddenly crisis comes and then we are that, whether we spend from this account or that account, so a separate account can we think of. And then if we want to really promote crisis resilience, there are several kind of approaches. One approach just give some funding or give some supplies to the individuals and they will invest in productivity assets, or they will take care of their own crisis and then adapt to others. Another is community or country itself. They build in infrastructure, they invest in those kind of things which can, Siddharth was giving an example that variety and other kind. So these kind of interventions the government can make, private sector can make. So we need to think, and also according to one size does not fit and one type of solution will also not fit everywhere. So we need to think of the context, we need to think of the nature of crisis, and accordingly we can have this kind of approach. But I was just looking at even our own GFPR. Lot of studies, there is a scarcity of literature on this aspect, but whatever studies have been done, this all in Africa, all these African countries. All studies, there are examples that whether cash transfer is more effective in food crisis or voucher system is more effective or kind transfer. We could not get that kind of a studies in South Asia. So we need to have a robust research program to identify the strategies in different contexts, in different settings, which kind of transfer, which kind of interventions are more effective and more efficient. As I made that context make a difference, which may be very good in African context, may not be very good in South Asian context. So we need to study, and also we need to understand the institutional innovations which can take these which can help us to build the resilience to adapt to the crisis or to mitigate the effects of the crisis. So there are many kind of institutional innovations are there, many kind of institutions are working. So we need to map those institutions whether they are effective in these kind of situations, and also developing consistent funding mechanism I was just giving, so that because knee-jerk reaction will not help, and COVID made us to believe that we have to build our capacity, preemptive approach we need to have, and even during COVID, the consistent research on the virus helped us to develop the vaccine in a record time. It was not possible earlier. Vaccine development used to take so much time. So these kind of long-term approach we need to have this, and also we need to advocate that which kind of this effective. We need to establish a very robust monitoring, evaluation, and impact assessment framework. And with this, I thank you very much, and I will be happy to discuss if there are any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. I think the many ideas came in, which I'll try to assimilate in the conclusion. But just to highlight right now so that it remains fresh in your head, the first thing is the idea of crisis resilience. I'm sure all of you know, but just to tease your head, tease your brain, crisis resilience is different from resilience. In crisis resilience, we try to normally see the physical resilience, mental resilience, the emotional resilience, and the mental resilience. The reason is we try to normally assess whether a community, individual, or a group are resilient in not only coming back to their life, but resilient in a new system, whether they adjust themselves in a new environment, because the crisis would have changed the environment they were used to living in. That's what is the crisis resilience. The other is the inclusivity of the humanitarian response. That's what he highlighted, a very important idea, which we'll include in our conclusion. Finally, I think what was highlighted but not really spelled out by Dr. Kumar is the humanitarian response need to address the vulnerability of the community before the crisis, during the crisis, and after the crisis. So the situation of their vulnerability or the difficult situation will be different in these three contexts. So therefore, any response that we provide has to fulfill the process, the before, the during, and the after. So this is what was highlighted. With this, I'll stop here and request my very close friend, Dr. Aminath, who is the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Fisheries, Government of Bangladesh, to share your views.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much for the organizers to inviting the Maldives to this forum. I feel like we are an outlier, but with a lot of big countries with a lot of experience, and for us, sorry. Sorry. For us being a tiny country, and we feel very kind of intimidated, but I thought it is an excellent forum for us to share the Maldivian experience. I'll just skip this one. Just because most of the time when Maldives is mentioned, everyone thinks as, some sort of holiday vacation, but so I'm just throwing some facts just to bring in a perspective of vulnerability to the country. Maldives is spread, it's a huge country, it's not a tiny country. I've heard several times people say Maldives is a tiny country, but we are a huge country, 90,000 square kilometers, approximately out of the 900,000 square kilometers, only 300 square kilometers is land area, and within that land area we have over 1,000 islands spread across with some we have not even seen, but about 200 islands have people living in 200 islands. Our population is small, about 350, counting towards 350, but with the migrant workers and the tourist population, our population is about 1.5 million. This is a huge responsibility in terms of, food security. We just don't invite them to come to our country and not feed them, so that is a huge responsibility. Also, we are one of the most geographically dispersed communities in the world, meaning that in these 200 islands, we might find only 50 people living in some of the islands and about 100 to 200 in other islands. So we are quite dispersed, and 90% of our food is imported. So that makes us very vulnerable to food security. Also, the climate risk includes the global warming and sea level rise and inundation damage to reefs and islands, because we are built on reefs. So every island has, there's an impact on the reefs, on the islands. And the extreme weathers, quite recently we have strong winds, downpours, flooding, drought, and rough seas, which actually during the rough monsoon seasons, mobility is unimaginable because we travel by boat. We can't travel by cars or vehicles, so we travel by boat. The major disaster occurrence in the Maldives was in 2004, the Asian tsunami, which was a very sad experience where we have disconnection within the islands for several days. And now the unprecedented climate events are increasing and becoming common, so life in the islands, in the rural areas has been changing as we speak every day. So the DRR governance in the Maldives is a cross-cutting issue. As the National Disaster Management Authority, as the apex body, we have very few NGOs, humanitarian organizations which are active in humanitarian disaster relief, let alone the AAs. The Disaster Management Act is the main governing agenda which mandates to protect, reduce risk, adopt national policies and strategies, as well as sharing responsibilities. And it also, where the sectoral ministries has an entry point where it mandatory to incorporate policies in all development programs and projects. So there is an entry point for all the development sectors to adhere to the DRR governance. Also, we have several documents, and in terms of plans and frameworks and reports, etc., with the help of the development partners, but the actions taken are very limited and very much in silos. So realistically speaking, Maldives do not have a national AA framework in place, but we have elements of disaster risk reduction incorporated into the governance systems. From that, I think in the humanitarian perspective, one of the most important elements is mainstreaming community-based disaster reduction into local development plan, which means every island has a development plan, and the development plan has to incorporate DRR into their activities. So it builds the skills and limit the damage to the people and their properties, as well as systems exposures to disaster. I think one way of being prepared is improving the skills and capacities of the local communities to implement these policies and strategies and improving their coping mechanisms. So I think it is one of the most important tools in the disaster reduction framework that is very relevant to the fragile ecosystems like ours. Also, we have mandatory island-level risk assessments and augmentations to high-risk islands through safe island development concepts, which is also in place. So we do a scanning of the islands where we identify islands which need water during the droughts or during the flooding, a place for evacuation where we have raised lands where people can gather and wait for help. We also have the early warning systems, which is very important in terms of humanitarian support because, as I've said before, Maldives being an ocean country, people are most of the time on the seas, in boats, and this type of warning systems where they can reach through social media, because I think almost everyone has 2 phones right now. So they have these connections and linkages that come through early warning, so the mostly informing of the weather situations and the safety actions they have to take in place. Also, as safety nets, we have introduced disaster relief loans, so that can these loans can support the repair and buildings of damages, including their livelihood assets also. So looking into the food systems, the main organization that is responsible for food security is the Ministry of Fisheries, Marine Resources and Agriculture. We look into the fisheries also separately into the marine resources, looking into aquaculture and other marine resources, and agriculture. So the main policies are based on building the resilience of the fishermen, farmers, through these activities which are sort of linked to the anticipatory actions. During my, when I was trying to prepare for this presentation, I was very impressed by the fact that the ASEAN studies has shown that for every $1 invested on anticipatory actions can lead up to $7 in benefits for those people who are coming from a very economic mind, and compared to us, we are coming from a very social mentality. So for those, at the government at different levels, it's always the economics that wins over the social, intervention. So this is a good, study that indicates that it is economically also beneficial if we invest in the anticipatory action. So also, therefore, not really understanding this, but after the COVID impact, we have been, the government has been a little bit more serious on the food sector, because COVID has taught a lot of things, but I would not say that we were in a worse situation than a lot of other countries, because we had a lot of help and we had a lot of avenues to import food as we have built those linkages and networks. So, but after the COVID, we have been planning and our policies has been strengthening, and also there is a focus on, incorporating technology into the policy intervention so that there is fast and active support to the fisher folks and the farmers. In the fisheries sector, one of the very important anticipatory action that we have is locating each fishing boat with the vessel monitoring devices, vessel locating device, so that we know where exactly the vessel is and where the help could, where we can go to help them and reach them. So this technology is also, built in by combined satellite telephone services and access to social media so that it is on time available to them. We also have, for the fishermen, we have the flash messaging services where we enable the fisher folks to quickly message in mass so that, these communications are built very fast and easily. Looking into the agriculture sector, the overarching agriculture policy is based on building a resilient food system by strengthening the climate-smart agriculture and agri-food value chain. So we are focusing on very much on the protected agriculture, greenhouse farming, and incentivized through tax reliefs, like we reduce all the import tax from all the inputs that is brought for protected agriculture, and also we reduce the land rent and give tax breaks and free terms for the land. So, and we also are heavily investing in community farming support for production targeting women, and we have loan schemes and capacity building for community farming. We also have introduced a new crop insurance program which covers the disaster damages. We have invested in about 20 million Maldivian rupiah loan scheme for the farmers with very low interest rates for them to reduce the risks. And also we are investing into agriculture food value chains, supporting renewable energy and food storage. Also we are going into digitalizing extension services so that the technical information as well as the market price and market price of inputs and products are updated from the system continuously. So looking into the anticipatory action overall to address the humanitarian needs, I thought I would just scan the building blocks of these anticipatory actions, and you can see that we are really failing in a lot of areas because we are very much working in, working in silos without, a coherent plan. Even though we have bits and pieces everywhere, we are failing because we don't work together. So I think it is very important to have a cohesive plan and working together in all areas of anticipatory actions. I will not go into details and see, click each box, but I think you can see that there are, even though we collect weather forecasts, it's very, we are very poor in the seasonal outlooks because we don't do any analysis of this data. So like that, we have been, doing very poorly because of the inconsistency and working in silos. So I think going into the interventions, we really like to learn from the experience. So I think a regional framework should be in place and, so that we can address it systematically. This, as you know, will ensure that these tools are used efficiently and early warning systems are reliably translated into actions. It is also critical to strengthen anticipatory actions at regional level and working with member states and partners so that we can work, for the region and for the people of the region so that no one is left behind. And also it is, for countries like ours, it is important to learn from those who are experienced. So best practices can be implemented in countries those who doesn't have those kind of activities. So it's learning together. And also doing the regional outlooks and disseminating the information timely is very important for humanitarian support. And also at the country level, what I feel is that it is very important to work together, and in a well-coordinated national platforms and frameworks should be in place. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Amina. Interesting presentation. Just a few things to help our participants here. What she brought in was new for the conference, was the concept of ROI, the return on investment. If you invest $1, you're going to get $8 back. So the payoff is very high. Therefore, probably investing on anticipatory action framework is useful, economically beneficial. That's the nice thing that you brought in. The second thing is this is very common in South Asia, in our region. We are very good in crisis management. Therefore, all our things are reactive. I think, and the sad thing is we also operate in silos, and it was very nicely brought in that we need to have a coherent plans. And probably the concept, which I'm sure many of you know here, is the concept of adaptive leadership. Probably this is what is required in a humanitarian crisis situations, where anyone could be a leader depending on the actions that you are dealing with. If it is a food supply, the Ministry of Food becomes the leader, but if it is to do with infrastructure development, the Ministry of Infrastructure becomes the responsible. If it is law and order, the Home Ministry becomes the responsible. Therefore, the idea of adaptive leadership was brought in. I just wanted to help her with a new concept of this into addressing the silo issues. The third one, which is very important, not only for Maldives, but for all of us, is the need of real-time anticipatory action. You cannot just collect data of the past, which was also highlighted by Siddharth here, was, people don't follow because the truth is very minimum. When you have a real time, then it's really real. And you would be very surprised to read a story in Nepal few years back. A father and a son went uphill to look at the swelling of the river, and father sends the son down to save his mother and the child. In the process, father gets washed down by the river, and he dies in the flash flood. So this is a story coming from Nepal, not the recent one, but I think it was in 2016 or 15, flash flood. Very sad story. If there was a real-time information sharing or a preparedness mechanism, probably both the father and the son and the mother would have been saved. So here they lost the father. So this is a situation where we are in. So the need of real-time information is very important in anticipatory action framework. So with the summary of these three speakers, we will give one of the participants to share your views, or probably not ask any question, but yes, there's a beautiful hand somewhere there. Yeah, if you could pass a mic to her, please.
Thank you. My name is Prista Ratanaprik. I'm a social anthropologist, senior research fellow at IADS. Thank you very much for the very interesting, refreshing example of the Maldives experience. I think how national disaster management is taking place at the community level in anticipating and improving community capacity to minimize vulnerability. My question is more related to resilience before the crisis. So given the climate change, how do we identify, encourage, and support production of food items that is more resource efficient for meeting nutritional needs? For example, millet takes 20% water for production of rice and maybe four times more protein. So, but rice is probably one of the most common grains in this region, but white rice has very little nutritional value. So how do we move from rice to other grains? And maybe the role of industry in the processing of those grains. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer this question because we don't grow rice. But I can explain a concept that we are taking up in the Maldives. We are focusing on traditional crops instead of growing, foreign crops. So in the Maldives, before we were eating breadfruits and taros and those type of root crops. So with the convenience of rice, we have, forgotten about these crops. So it is, what we are doing now is supporting the production of these type of crop at community level. Community means, for us, means one island. So if they have 3 breadfruit trees in the island, the whole island can get their, carbohydrates and part of the protein. Plus, if they can go fishing, then they can have the, total protein intake of the island. So we are thinking from that nutritional perspective where they can grow what they can, what is easily grown in the islands in terms of traditional knowledge and using their traditional knowledge to grow them. So traditionally we have, the whole nutrient requirements for the food basket can be grown in the island. So that is what we are trying to promote in the Maldives. So do you want to say
I think to conclude this, I hope Dr. Amina was able to respond to your question. I think what comes out of our, the eminent panelists here, it was in fact educating for me. I was really educated by the knowledge that they bring into the panel. But as requested by the organizers, we're also supposed to draw in some conclusions or an idea that we could take forward as an organization and as also citizen of this region. So some of them which I have assimilated here are, I think the evidence-based planning or the framework is very important, not just draw on some experiences, but there has to be an evidence. So therefore, more learning and evidence to particularly for the investment that we are making both before and during and after. Second one is coordinated approach to development of the anticipatory action framework. We don't want one individual or an institution to be sitting and preparing it, but more of everyone working together, the related agencies, organizations, or parties, or private sector, or even local government agencies. The third thing is the inclusivity of the process itself, which was highlighted by all 3 panelists here. I think we really need to make the process inclusive. Otherwise, we might find a wrong strategy being implemented in a very difficult situations. It has happened in our region. Don't want to take an example of, because it may be sensitive, but we have had an experience like that in this region. So therefore, the inclusive process where local actors have a say in the process of whether to use this material, that food, this place as a storage or a collection center. All these needs to be discussed with the local actors. The fourth one being the integration of anticipatory action across the national and local policies, laws, and framework, which Dr. Aminat highlighted, and also the other 2. So I think we need to integrate or build in our anticipatory action into the local policies and framework. We do not want our national plan standing somewhere in the sky
and you have an anticipatory action plan which does not operate because it becomes a hurdle for the action plan to be implemented if there are more stronger master plans. Therefore, I think we need to integrate with our plans. So having the anticipatory action plan as a flexible plan, which can be slided over the master plan or the national plan, will be very important. Finally, the fifth one, which probably the fifth one, yes, this I don't want to say. Yeah. The fifth one is the multilateralism. I think we need to collaborate, cooperate with all the partners. Let's not keep the development partners outside. You know, I think everyone has to be together, and therefore, we need to incentivize the collaborations. Any partners that we work with, I think there will be a need to collaborate. Therefore, the idea of triggers will be applicable. Otherwise, a national body may trigger the need for a fund, and the fund may not come from the partnering agencies. So where is, it may not work. Therefore, having a multilateral organized way of working will help in accessing the fund in difficult time for the humanitarian response. With this, I conclude here. I'll stop here. Thank you very much for giving us time to discuss, and also the questions shared by the madam there. Thank you very much to IFPRI and everyone.
A big thank you to our panelists and our esteemed chair. With that, we come to the end of today's program, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of International Food Policy Research Institute, South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, and Institute for Integrated Development Studies, I, Devika Thapa, take this opportunity to thank our esteemed guests, panelists, speakers, and audience for attending today's event. The second leg of the IFPRI Global Food Policy Report, South Asia Launch and Panel Discussions 2023 will begin at 9:15 tomorrow in the same hall as today. If you would like a digital copy of the IFPRI Global Food Policy Report 2023, there is a standee outside the hall which has a QR code. You may scan the code and it will allow you to download the report. Thank you for being a wonderful audience today, ladies and gentlemen. I request you now to all gather towards the stage for a group photo, after which we will all proceed for the dinner reception outside the ballroom. Wishing you all a very good evening. Thank you.
Recording stopped.